Oh, you never met the reefer man?
So,
what can I tell you?
When did the theater move in here?
When did what?
When did the theater move into this building? What year?
Oh, God. I always say to people that interview me, don't ask me questions answerable by a number. When, how many, how much, I don't know.
Yeah. I read the history.
Fred knows all that.
Okay. I mean, on the website, on the Living Theater website, I read some of the history, and it mentioned that shortly after you moved in here, Hannon passed away.
Not shortly after, but a couple of years after.
A couple of years, because I think it said that he passed away in 2008. So
I don't know numbers.
Yeah. And you put a lot of money into this place.
Well, we put everything we had. Yeah, I had an apartment uptown. I sold everything, and I moved downstairs, and I made the basement into an apartment, into a beautiful theater that I love dearly, and I'll have to give up. I'm very unhappy about that.
Yeah. Do you feel let down by the theater's admirers or by the public that you weren't able?
Not by the public, but by the theater institution, right?
You feel let down?
Yeah. I feel there should have been some way to support the Living Theater. We worked for 45 years. We did a lot of good work. We got a lot of praise. We got a lot of anti-grant. We did the Connect of the Brig. We did some great plays. And we managed to keep a company going all those years. And it's still going. And it hasn't...
Come a little are like in the United States. There's not a lot of support for the arts, or not enough.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. So what? I'm told you're going to move.
I'm being kicked out. I wouldn't call it moved.
Yeah. Are you behind in the rent here?
Oh, terribly, yes. You see, when we moved in here, we would get, like every other theater, a certain amount of support from the corporations, from the places where...
Government institutions,
and we didn't get a cent. And I don't know why, or I have all kinds of theories,
Too political?
Yes, the anarchists want to abolish the money system, so why should they give us money to help them abolish the money system? Well, because it's great art, that's why. I expected to get some help, and we got no help.
Are you bitter?
I'm unhappy. I'm not bitter, no.
Yeah. How far behind are you in the rent?
Oh, I don't know how many. I don't ask me money questions.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. And you're going to go live in the actor's home?
Going to go live in an actor's home? Yes. I'm not happy about that at all.
Yeah.
But it's a nice place. Beautiful. I want to work in New York City. I want to work on the Lower East Side.
Yeah. Well, will you have a decent-sized apartment there?
I'll have one room. It's it's a home. Yeah. It's a fucking old age home. Excuse me, don't put that in. I know you're not allowed to say fucking, but I can say fucking anytime I
Hey, Judith, are you 87 now?
I'm not yet 87. I'm 86 and a half. In June, I'll be 87.
God bless you. And where in New Jersey is this place? Is it nearby?
What?
The actor's home. Is it a long trip?
No, it's right across the George Washington Bridge and a few miles up. It's not far. It's about 45 minutes from here. with a good car. But I don't have a good car.
So what are your plans when you go there?
Well, I hope I'll be able to come in maybe 3 times a week. I'll have to try to organize the money to rent a car 3 times a week. Maybe I can get that together. And come in and rehearse a new play. One play after another. That's what I've always done. And did you see Here We Are?
No, but I'm planning to come on the last night.
It's going to be too crowded.
Yeah.
But it's my best play. I love it. I really love it.
Yeah.
And I'm doing my best work, and it's a shame that I can't, be in an environment that helps me. It's just a shame. However, you got to play the hand that's dealt you, and that's what I got.
You've had some rough hands dealt over the years.
What?
You had some rough hands dealt to you over the years.
I've had a lot of troubles in my life, but I always had either Julian or Hannon standing with me. And no, I don't have that. I have a team, a company. I have a wonderful acting company. But actors are actors, And Hannon and Julian were wonderful organizers. And I don't have that now.
Yeah. But is it your intent to continue writing plays?
Oh, I definitely going to continue creating plays. Either I'll write them or I'll just...
Okay. Toto Velez Community Center?
For at least a couple of performances, it keep going.
Yeah. But will the theater have a residency there in Clemente?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't see. I don't want to be too. I don't want to be too hopeful, but we'll keep going. If we have no place, we'll do street theater. You can always work on the street and pass the hat. Hat doesn't get too full, but it's never been too full. We've always been very poor.
Yeah. Judith, I'm so sorry that this place did not work out.
It's terrible. It's a wonderful place. Look at this wonderful rehearsal space out here where we rehearse in the summertime. It's a great, wonderful place. It's a great theater downstairs that we built. But I mean, when I say built, I mean I mixed cement and laid bricks. I can do all that. I can lay bricks. I can mix cement. But I can't raise money. I can't raise enough money to keep my theater going. And I'm very unhappy about that. Not bitter. Who needs bitter? I need enthusiasm.
Yeah. You're still, at your core, the same person you've always been.
I think so.
Politically,
I think so. When you get older, you get physically weaker. Like I can't hear well, and I don't see as well, and I don't run around as well. But on the other hand, I'm wiser, and I think better. And, wisdom balances it out.
Yeah. Do you actually perform in this latest production?
I have one line. No, I don't really perform it, and I'm there every night.
Yeah.
I'm part of it, but I don't perform, no.
All right. Have you been struck that the Living Theater over the years has gotten more support outside the United States than you have at home sometimes?
Oh, it's no question about it. It's no question about it. Well, I like to say, if you'll forgive me a little bit of hubris, am I allowed a little hubris? Okay. Italy loves us, but New York needs us. See, that's a little hubristic, but I want to be where I'm needed, not where I'm loved. Yeah, sure, we've gotten more support. We could live in Italy forever and have some support and support the company. But I want to work in New York, because I think what's happening in New York is politically and socially and even psychologically very important. And I want to be here and be part of that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, how do you look at New York in the year 2013? What do you think politically of New York at this point in history?
I think it's the point in history. I think it's the center. I think New York is the heartbeat of the whole world, really. It's certainly of the English-speaking world. And I think that if anything is going to happen, it's going to happen here. And I'm in the theater because I'm a revolutionary. And I want to make a revolution. I want to make the beautiful, nonviolent, anarchist revolution. And it's all about that. And I think this is where, if anywhere, it's going to happen. Partly because of the extreme contrast between the very rich and the very poor, and the confrontation of those two notions of how we live when we're very poor and how we live when we're very rich. I think that's an explosive.
Has it been a while? Have you been in any movies in a while? Have you stopped doing movies?
No, I'd love to get another movie.
Yeah.
I supported the Living Theater with the Addams Family for years. It's not my sort of thing. It is about a rebellious family, but it's. I think it's frivolous. I think it's funny. It's not my kind of theater. But I'd be very happy if someone would give me a part that would help me support the Living Theater. So if anyone hears anything about this and would like to help me, I'm a good old actress. I can play all kinds of old character parts, and I'd love to have a part that would help me with my work.
Yeah. The apartment that you shared with Julian for many years, was that on West End Avenue?
West End Avenue. We lived on West End Avenue for 50 years.
Yeah. West End and where?
West End and 99th Street.
Yeah. And I was to a Seder there once.
Uh-huh.
Or no, a New Year's Eve.
Yeah, we did a Seder there.
Yeah. Big place.
We did Seders, we did New Year's Eve parties.
It was a big place.
Big place, yeah.
Like, how many bedrooms was that place?
Well, you could make 3 out of it.
Yeah.
It was an 8-room apartment, and I sold it to make a thing. Now I'm losing. I've got nothing.
Bought out, or did you own the apartment before you sold it?
No, I didn't own it. No.
You were bought out.
I rented it.
And they paid you to leave.
No, not much. No, they didn't pay me to leave.
But wait, I just was a little confused. I thought you didn't own the apartment.
No, I didn't own the apartment.
But you were paid to vacate it.
No, I wasn't paid to vacate.
No. Oh.
I've sold everything in it, whole furniture.
I see. And where did the money come from to fix this place up?
Partly from the fact that I sold all of Julian's paintings to an Italian gallerista, to an Italian gallery owner named Giuseppe Mora, and I hope he will eventually do a big show of Julian's work. And I sold all of the archive of the Living Theater to Yale, and I sold the contents of my apartment. And between the apartment and the archive to Yale and Julian's paintings to Italy, I was able to transform the downstairs basement into a theater.
Yeah. And did the archive go to the Yale Drama School or the Yale Theater?
It's the Bienneke. The library there is called the Bienneke.
I see, yeah. So, okay.
It's there. You can look up anything you want.
And do you have enough money to live on now?
No, I have no money at all.
Yeah.
I get I get a pension and Social Security, which comes to, I think, $2,000 a month, and you can't live on that except in a cardboard box. You can't live on $2,000 a month. It sounds like a lot of money, but it's not.
Yeah.
So I have nothing. I have no way to go.
Yeah.
So I'm going to the actors' home. Damn it. I mean, it's a beautiful place. I'm glad it's there for me, but...
At least you'll be with other actors.
Huh?
At least you'll be with other actors.
I'm with all other actors. When I first... I went to visit there, everybody gathered round and said, you know, I saw Paradise Now in Cincinnati in 1981. And somebody else said, I saw Frankenstein. And, you know, everybody saw some of the living theaters. So it'll be a congenial group. I'm thinking of doing a play about old age there called The Triumph of Time with them, maybe. But I want to continue working here with my company. That's the most important thing. Keeping the company together has been, you know, a very big struggle of 65 years now. And there's no other company that's managed that. Maybe the Metropolitan Opera or something like that. But no other company, no little company, has ever done that. And we've done that because we wouldn't stop even when everybody had to work for nothing. Everybody has worked for nothing on this play we're doing now. Nobody makes any money. Everybody has to have an outside job. They're all waiters and waitresses and part-time office helpers. It's horrible. I hate it. But it's the only way I've been able to keep it going now. And I'm still hopeful we'll be able to get some support. We sent out an appeal, and I got a little money to start out a production, if I can write something good.
And do you have any idea what your next play will be?
No, what would you like? I ask everybody, what would you like it to be?
Oh, gee, I don't know. I'm not a playwright. Oh, I have a. It could be about this guy. I just did a story about this guy, Sam Lovejoy, who toppled a tower that they put up in preparation of building a nuclear plant, and he knocked it down as an act of civil disobedience.
That sounds good.
There you go.
Interesting idea. What's his name?
Sam Lovejoy.
Lovejoy. How can I forget such a name?
Right.
Wonderful.
Nice to talk to you, Judith.
Okay, nice to talk to you.
You probably know that was Judith Malina and John Kalish. Judith Malina and Julian Beck and I guess hundreds, maybe thousands of other well, there's a telephone call coming in. I do want to... How can that be? We just discovered that this is a dead zone here. Let's see. Maybe we're going to get a telephone call. Hello? Hello? It's just going to ring. They're sorry. I'm sorry, too. What I was trying to say was that Judith Malina and Julian Beck and hundreds of other actors for 50 years put together something called the Living Theater. I first saw the Living Theater when I was in the Army. Not that... Oh, is that going to be going on all night? Let's see what... We may just have to turn the phone off. Hello? Hello?
Sorry, your service does not allow you to complete this call. Message W8.
Well, I guess we'll just have to turn this phone off, or maybe drop it in a sink or something. Turn this thing off, Bill, if you can figure out how. Oh, this is like a dream I had once. Wasn't a pleasant dream. Let me get back to Judith Molina, who is really not experiencing a pleasant dream right now. She had this dream all through her life and she acted in plays at this theater that she and Julian Beck and Hannon Resnikoff and Steve Ben Israel and Tom Walker and so many people that I knew and loved they were a revolutionary theater group. They first, when I first heard of them, they were doing more standard plays. They weren't writing the plays themselves. They were doing, they did a play called The Connection, which won many awards, was made into a motion picture by Shirley Clark, who was at certain moments a character on the stage in the play, and that was one of the very first. I hate to say exposures, but it was one of the first plays on the Broadway or off-Broadway stage that told the story of people who were waiting for a connection, who were waiting in a back room somewhere off the street, waiting for the knock on the door with the guy who was going to bring the thing that was going to make people happy for a little while. And it really revolutionized our understanding of the whole world of smack up and smack down. And it was not the only thing that they did that. They did plays. They did a play. The play that I went absent without leave from the army to see was called, it was a play by Pirandello. It was called Tonight We Improvise, which is the story of a theater group who try to change the consciousness of people by showing them something like heightened reality. And it was quite moving and very funny as well. I remember the Benez Martin in the Living Theater, who was playing the father of this troupe of actors. He's dying, and he's surrounded by all of his family, and they're all crying and moaning about the fact that he's dying. And finally, the dying man can take it no longer. Someone says to him, "Can't you say something, Papa?" And he says, "Yes, I can." And he sits up and he says, "I'm so moved by the overacting of all of my family pretending to care about what happens to me as I go down. Thus, I'm almost willing not to die." It was a great theatrical moment and very funny. And the revolutionary thing about this play was the audience participation, where during the intermission of the first act, the actors are out in the theater. They walk out in the theater as though to get refreshments from the refreshment stand, and they talk to the people in the theater, and some of them pretended to have arguments with each other about whether or not it was a good play. And it was marvelously directed by Judith. And I thought that Judith was one of the best things in it. This beautiful slip of a woman who had such power and such dynamism. She was tiny. Judith was tiny. Is tiny. And in the mid-70s, the Living Theater went to Brazil. And they went to a place called Ouro Preto in Brazil. And they just set up housekeeping. They set up a house and they lived there. And they approached the people who lived in the town, people who were living in this overwhelming, miserable, grinding poverty, and said, "We are an internationally famous theater group," and by this time they were, "and we would like to teach in the school. We'll teach yoga in the school. We'll teach people how to, children, adults, it doesn't matter, how to do yoga. We'll attempt to enrich your lives." And the people, of course, were very glad and very eager for that to take place. And they were there for 6 months, a year, and it came time for the students to prepare for Mother's Day. A play was traditional in this little Indian village. Brazil is a place where a lot of Africans live, a lot of people from Portugal, a lot of people from Spain, a lot of people from every country in Europe, and many of them had been reduced to slavery or peonage, and they were subsisting, starving, as a matter of fact. They had very poor land to grow food, but the Living Theater had some techniques of growing food, and they taught them to the people, and they had these feasts at their house, vegetarian feasts, and the children would come and watch them eat. Just watch them eat, because they'd never seen people eating that well before. And the Living Theater would say, come on, sit down with us and eat with us. And the children gradually became a lot healthier than they were before. And the parents were very grateful. And when the Living Theater offered to put on a performance of the play that was going to be given as part of the tradition for Mother's Day, which is different from here. It's not buy Mama a box of bonbons and some roses or something from J.C. Penney, you know. It's it's a kind of a combination of a celebration of the mother figure, the earth goddess who makes it possible for humanity to survive, and also, well, the Living Theater said, we don't quite understand your concept of mother, so children, tell us your dreams. And the children told us their dream, told the Living Theater their dreams about mother, what mother was like. And they all had this kind of combination of mother with the state. You know, it's not, mother was also the essence of Brazil itself. And the dreams were, I'm so bad. I'm such a bad boy, such a bad girl. And my mother, she works so hard. She feeds me. She takes care of me. She's so good to me. She tells me what to do and how to live as well as I can in the world. But I'm so bad and so bad. And when I'm bad, she whips me, and I deserve it. When they heard this, when the Living Theater heard this, they knew they were onto something. And comes Mother's Day, and the play is presented. They had a mother figure, which was made up of 8 actors on each other's shoulders, with the mother headdress and the mother costume, and much taller than all of the children who were playing in the play with her. And the children dance around the mother and sing to the mother, and it grows in frenzy and in excitement, and they dance around and dance around, and they create this chaos, this wild confusion, and mother takes this whip made of crepe paper and whips them. And they grab the whip from her, and they whip her. And she falls down and breaks up into these smaller actors. And the audience was quiet. And then they applauded wildly. And the next day, the Living Theater was arrested. They were taken, and they were held, and they were, some of them, tortured, put in prison. And Steve Ben Israel, who was one of the members of the Living Theater, somehow he managed not to be arrested, and he escaped, and he was smuggled out of the country, and he came to New York, and he called me, because we had acted together in Threepenny Opera, and we were friends. He called me and said, I gotta come on the radio, and I gotta talk about what happened to the theater. You gotta let me on tonight. And so he came. I was on every night then. Came to the church where we were on 62nd Street, and he told the story of what had happened. Then they organized enough of a letter campaign so that hundreds and hundreds of letters were sent to Brazil, to the chief torturer. People said in these letters, how can you be such a vicious person? Don't you have children? Don't you love people? And the torturer, to whom this, being a torturer was just, it was just a job, He went to work, he pulled out a few fingernails, then he went home and, played with his kids. And it was not long before they were all released and they came back to the United States. They had numerous inventions like that. They were at every anti-war rally. They taught nonviolence. They taught vegetarianism. They had, as you heard Judith and John talk, they gave seders in the theater. They gave New Year's parties in the theater, and people came and felt, somehow, what is the classic thing that the theater is supposed to do for you? Purge you, pity and fear. And people felt that every time they went to the Living Theater. They had a wildly successful season at the Brooklyn Academy of Music. They were, one of the things that they did in the theater was this enormous auditorium full of people who were sitting, and the actors got up on stage in plays like Frankenstein and Paradise Now, and they chanted, and then they broke and they went out into the audience, and they would approach individual members of the audience and say, "Why can't I take my clothes off? Why can't I smoke marijuana? Why do I need a passport? Why do I need money?" And people in the audience, some critics thought that this was horrible and hated them for it. But the audience members would begin to take their clothing off. And soon there would be a theater full of some naked people, some half-naked people. The people from the audience would go up onto the stage. They would be taken by the hand and led by the actors who had by this time taken their clothes off. They were nude, completely nude. They took the actors. The actors took the audience by the hand, took them up to the stage, and they put their arms around them, and they danced, and they hugged them, and I think they invented the mosh pit. They would take people up to, they would lead them by the hand up to a point in the stage. They would grab them by the hands and the feet, and they would throw them out into the mosh pit, where other members of the audience would catch them, and they wouldn't be hurt. And they did things like the leaning play, where as part of this, people were asked to lean back on someone's hand as far as they can to see how far they could lean back and have some other person, through love and concern for them, not allow them to fall. It somehow had tremendous effect. It was one of the most wonderful, many of the most wonderful nights and days that I've spent in the theater. They did a play that was called Study of Political Sadomasochism, where they illustrated the various forms of torture that were in common usage. First time I'd ever heard of waterboarding, it was because the Living Theater had a demonstration of waterboarding on the stage. They had something called the Parrot's Perch, which was a naked person with their arms and their legs tied together with a pole hanging between them, something where, like, you may have seen movies where captives are carried that way, with their hands tied together and their feet tied together with a log between their arms and their legs, carried over on the shoulders of other people. And they did shows that people who were famous, really quite famous and successful, Robert De Niro, were in, and they continued to support the Living Theater over those years. When I was a member of the Living Theater for a brief time, I mean, I guess I was. They said you're a member of the Living Theater even when you're doing your radio program, and I was part of 2 or 3 productions that they did when they were on 3rd Street in the Village. One of the plays was called Poland 1931, which was about excuse me, based on Jerome Rothenberg's poetry about people who became free spirits, not encumbered by, I know people may not like me to say encumbered, as though religion were a chain or a kind of an affliction, but they were people who considered themselves free and modern. In 1931, they were joining the modern world when Hitler was on their doorstep, and many of those people who were depicted in this play, Poland 1931, were they died in camps. Others managed to escape to the Middle East, to England, and it follows the trail of some of these people. One of them who becomes a kind of a false messiah, and it was a very nice little play, very well reviewed. I played opposite Judith. I played her husband, and it is a play that I believe deserves a revival. And then for the next play, we asked people who were homeless in homeless shelters to come and join the theater and to tell us what their lives were like, what it was like to be shuffled from a park bench where you're trying to catch a little Z into practically a prison camp of a shelter, arrest, and then to go to a shelter and be taken by bus from one facility in the morning, and then loaded onto a bus and driven miles and miles and miles to another facility for lunch, and then another facility for dinner, and then to be taken back home, is, as they called it, to the homeless shelter, which was, just a lot of beds stacked one next to each other, 2 or 3 sometimes on top of each other, to accommodate this enormous population of people without houses who continue to live in the major cities of the world, not just New York City. By the way, we're homeless here at WBAI. We are at WBAI in New York City. This program is also being carried over WFTE in what? Bill, tell me that.
Home of the Little League, Williamsport.
No, that's our new facility, but the FTE is in Scranton and Mount Cobb, Pennsylvania, and so we're being carried outside of the confines of the home that WHCR has given WBAI, and we are hopefully talking to a lot of people. We thought we'd be able to hear from some of you, but it seems that that's not possible. I expected summer to arrive. The groundhog saw a shadow, or didn't see a shadow, but we do have Eli Smith and Omi Wise, which is the name of a song in country music about a murder of a woman by someone who probably murdered her because there was an unfortunate fetus that was the result of, I don't know, what happens between men and women when they have a chance. Omi Wise was a song we might hear sooner or later. And before we go too much further, I want to ask Eli Smith, who is here, to introduce the members of his band.
Hello, hey.
All right, there's the mic. Thanks, Bob, for having us up here on the show. First of all, right, I'm Eli Smith. I'm here, back on your show. Glad to be here, and I just wanted to mention that the folk festival that I produce, the Brooklyn Folk Festival, is coming up in April 19th through 21st, and if people are interested in old-time music, folk music, blues, songwriters, ethnic music from around the world, please do check out the Brooklyn Folk Festival, brooklynfolkfestival.com, or just brooklynfolkfest.com actually will work as well. And we have our preview benefit concert coming up tomorrow night, or tonight actually, Friday night, at the Jalopy Theater on Columbia Street in Brooklyn. And people can look that up, jalopy.biz. But yeah, please do check out the Brooklyn Folk Festival and our preview benefit concert. I just wanted to mention that. But I'm happy to be here tonight with some very good friends of mine who have a band called Omi Wise. And I believe this may be their New York City radio debut. Is that right? So they're gonna play some music for you, and I'm gonna turn it over to them. So this is only
Why
wise.
don't you introduce the members of the band before we
Oh, sure thing.
go any further?
Over there on the violin is Noah, and he's gonna play and sing for you. We have Mario here on the guitar, and Jesse on the other violin. At least on this tune, I think they switch instruments a bit, but that's how we're gonna start out.
All right. Thanks, Eli.
Before you go too much further, I just want to put in a word of reminder that this Sunday at Symphony Space, the Radio Unnameable movie is going to be playing. So if you haven't had a chance to see it, now's your chance. The next 2 Sundays. It's had 1 performance there, and the next 2 are this Sunday and next Sunday.
Find my darling, it'll be the end of me. When I get to Georgia, I'll lay my burden down. When I get to Georgia, I'll lay my burden down. When I get to Georgia, I'll lay my burden down. Get myself a moving to another part of town.
You want to sing one more?
Yeah. That's one of them, anyways.
That's one of those.
What are you going to sing?
Let's do... Should we jump right in for Rattlesnakes?
Yeah.
Oh, let's do it. Yeah.
You want a banjo?
Yeah, and banjo.
Oh, how it's going through the mics.
Peter.
Switch with you.
Okay, yeah.
Get the lead spot. Yeah, then I guess we can move closer and further, depending.
I don't think that'll work.
We have a little moment where the musicians are donning earphones. Not that they need the warm ear muff quality of the earphones, but if they hear how close or how far from the microphone they are, you have a kind of acoustic environment that is conducive to better sonic
Well, but now we're going to do the second.
Well, ritual. I can do the weird ritual that we have at WBAI, which is to remind people that WBAI is a listener-supported station, and we're struggling mightily to achieve a kind of communication that will only be helped by the support of our listeners. We're not going to get any better. We're not going to manage to extend our life here unless we manage to make you see that this is the kind of radio that could not exist without you. And we really need you to call WBAI tomorrow during the day, pledge your support, or maybe to go on the internet to give to GIVE, then the number 2, WBAI. That's W spelled with a WBAI, and that should make it possible for you to make a contribution to WBAI. Contributions are $25. If you give more than $25, chances are that they're one of our many thank you gifts, as they call them, that you'll be able to get. Please continue to support WBAI. We've been broadcasting in New York City longer than the Living Theater, and that's 50 years. There are lots of reasons in this time of sequesters for money to be in short supply. There are lots of reasons that you probably know of, that our offices were inundated, the phone lines were knocked out. We still don't have phone lines, but we do have, I hope, we have a spirit that will continue to try to bring you Amy Goodman and all of the truth that you can stand. I was listening this morning to Daniel Ellsberg, and he's one of my heroes. People were talking about what happened to poor Bradley Manning. They talked about how he pled guilty to about 10 charges, but he pled innocent to aiding the enemy. It's going to be quite a trial, I think, because he didn't aid the enemy unless the administration thinks that the people that it administers are the enemy. He aided the people to know what was really going on. He told people about the things that the Living Theater was telling about Brazil. We thought that torture was something that only happened in other jurisdictions, but now we discover that the kind of abuse of prison populations that we did know of in the United States is being practiced as though it were a science in places like Abu Ghraib and in the places where American citizens are rendition that says, well, we'll transport this person to Syria, where they can really, they really know how to pull fingernails out, and we'll find out what makes these people tick, and sometimes we'll stop their clock. I don't know whether we're going to have time later on to discuss something that was in the Times yesterday, I believe, about how the Supreme Court had said warrantless wiretapping is okay. It's all right, the only people who are damaged by it don't know that they're being damaged. I don't don't know what kind of reasoning they came up with, but it didn't convince me, didn't convince Daniel Ellsberg, and didn't convince Bradley Manning. So we hope you continue to listen to Only Wise. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Only Wise.
We're ready.
This tune is called...
Kind of stuffy in here, and we need a little air.
It is stuffy in here. We'll have to break up.
I guess we could open the door. I mean, we may get some leakage from the other studios, but breathing is so
There's
important.
worse things that could happen.
Yeah. Add some nice ambience.
Alright, y'all ready?
You can hear Eli Smith tuning up if you listen real close on this track.
Every
rattlesnakes and birds.
Yeah, I had a quick question for you. You mentioned Jeremy Rothenberg. Is that his name? And I think he met Jerome. And did he put out a book called Technicians of the Sacred?
I believe he did, yeah.
And that was a collection of sort of like creation poems and all of that. Do you know anything about that book, or about how he collected any of that? Or?
I saw it one time. I confess I never owned it or read through it, but that he was one of the better poets.
He was a poet in his own right as well.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh,
just curious.
Terrible noises when why if you have the earphones on, you don't make noises like that when you move the microphone, because you hear them. And try to keep those earphones on. Don't you see all those people? Oh, that's good. The harmonium was on top of the mic cable, and that wasn't enough room for you. It's Eli on the banjo.
I'm on the banjo and the noises. Well, with all your permission, I thought I would play the song "Oh Me Wise." It seems to be hovering about. So I went out in the hall and tuned up my banjo, and I tuned up my phone. So I'm going to play the phone for you first.
Said he would bring money and other fun things. He brought her no money, no other fine things. But said, get up behind me, oh me, and away we will go. She got up behind him, and away they didn't go. But down to the river where the deep waters flow. John Lewis, won't you tell me your mind? Do you intend to marry me or to leave me behind? Oh, me, little oh, me, I will tell you my mind. My mind is to drown you and to leave you behind. Pushed her in the river where he knew that she would drown. Two boys went a-fishing on a summer's morn. They spied little Omie's body floating in the open pond. They threw their net around her and drew her to the bank. was all wet and muddy. They laid her on a plane. They sent for John Lewis to come to that place, that he might see her body and they might read his face. He gave no confession, but they took him to jail. No friends, no relation would come to go his bail. John Lewis, he stayed there for 6 months or maybe more, until he broke jail. To the army he didn't go.
Tito mani mani, tostado calen, Tito mani, fresquito mani caliente, tostado calen, Tito mani, confitato sta mani. Fresquito mani caliente, la castaña y los piñones, così, la castaña y los piñones, enrajadito en la punta. La castaña en los peñones, cocido y rajadito en la punta.
That's a song called Pregones Tradicionales, which I believe means traditional questions. I don't know more than that, but there are so many songs about the devil's questions. I thought it might inspire Omi Wise to come up with some song like that.
Never did he come?
Okay.
Let's do that one. Let's feel like doing that.
Do you want to move over to your side?
Oh, whatever.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
You want to do contact with it?
No.
Hey, don't forget to see the movie at the Symphony Space this Sunday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The Radio Unnameable movie, which has been unbelievably given 100% of like 80 different reviews, from the New York Times to Variety to the Daily News. All of these, I mean, newspapers in other parts of the country all have said it was a great movie. I like it myself, and it's a story of 50 years on the radio. At least 3 or 4 high moments from that time in 87 minutes. It's only a little bit of 50 years, but it's a pretty good movie. The Daily News said it was one of the 10 best movies of the year. I kept waiting for a call from the from McFarlane there to come up and accept my award. It didn't happen, But, it's those things are all very corrupt anyway, so Radio Unnameable movie is a great movie. You have to go see it at Symphony Space. It's been playing around in about 80 screens in the New York area so far, and it's been playing to sold-out houses. It was for 2 weeks at the Film Forum. Soon it's going to be playing in Los Angeles, and there's going to be a showing in Annapolis next week, and go see it. You want to go to the Radio Unnameable Facebook page, you can see some of the reviews and some of the things that have been said about it. Go to Rotten Tomatoes, which is a kind of collection of reviews of movies, and just put in the search, put in Radio Unnameable, and you'll see some of the reviews and some of the reactions. I don't mean to toot my own horn, because it isn't really, it's funny, it isn't really about me. It's more about the audience and about the years where people from Abby Hoffman to Hunky the Junkie were on Radio Unnameable. People like David Amram, Garland Jeffries, Dave Van Ronk, Warhol's stars, and many, many political activists, writers like Paul Krasner, movie directors like Robert Downey Sr., actors like Robert Downey Jr., all came to Radio Unnameable to talk to this wonderful audience, the Cabal. And Omi Wise is here this morning. And I'm happy to be able to play a little music. Live music, what a wonderful thing to have.
Well, here's our sort of response to the devil's questions, I guess.
Yeah.
Sail away my one true love. Sail to where is blue.
It'll come your way anyway.
Happy birthday, harmonium.
Yeah, there's a...
You can hear Wbai live at the Brooklyn Folk Festival.
We'll
What are
totally,
the dates and the times at Jalopy? Eli Smith.
We'll definitely be at Caskey's.
That's the next gig that we got coming up.
Yeah.
It's on
That's Saturday night.
Yeah.
March 2nd.
What day is today?
Oh, it's already the 1st. So
It's already
tomorrow.
the 1st.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
We're all messed up with the dates. It's tomorrow night at Caskey's Tavern, which is in Ridgewood on Fresh Pond Road. And we'll be there with our friend Farrell Foster and
Nash Can Orchestra.
And Nash Can
Orchestra, really good. Usually bell-oriented music.
All original stuff too, yeah?
Yeah.
I think everything's all original.
It'll only be original.
April
This is traditional.
April 19th through the 21st at the Bell House.
Well, that's the Brooklyn Folk Festival is coming up in April, but Omi Wise will be at Caskey's Saturday night, and the Folk Fest is coming up 3 days in April, the 19th through the 21st. BrooklynFolkFest.com is the website that people can look at for that.
Be there, stay square.
Is there a Facebook for that also? All right, Facebook.
Facebook is a great mailing list, but I think it's certainly an illusion for people to think that it's like a form of private communication.
And
It's not.
It's a bad way to make friends.
It is a bad way to make friends.
Well, it's any way you can make friends is a good way, I think. But it's such a kind of a superficial way to get to know someone. I mean, if people could say, send me your telephone number, or so we can get together like face to face and actually press flesh, share a cup of coffee or a meal, go to see the Brooklyn Folk Festival, or go to Symphony Space and see a good movie. For those of you who remember, Larry Josephson is supposed to be part of the next couple of weeks at Symphony Space. It should be an entertaining Q&A, and I'll be there, and the people who made the movie, Paul Lovelace and Jessica Wolfson, and maybe we'll have a chance to actually meet and say hello, press flesh. Nothing like what's went on today with the Council of Bishops, where every one of them went up and shook the departing pontiff's hand, and then he left his shoes. He went into another pair of shoes and went into the pulpicopter, and he traveled to Castel Gandolfo, where this really handsome fellow is taking care of all of the other retired. Well, he doesn't take care of the retired popes, but there's a whole slew of potpourri, I guess, of bishops, and it's a kind of it's a marvelous arrangement, Stephen Ben Israel used to say, when you wake up in a room like the Pope wakes up in, with those wonderful, wonderful paintings on the wall and those 200-foot ceilings, you really feel like maybe you are something special.
You ever go to the Vatican, Bob?
No, I never have gone to the Vatican. Have you?
I went there once. It was amazing. I mean, it's like yeah, it was. I mean, Jesus would freak out there, you know. But it's like they got a lot of stuff in there. They got like treasure up the wazoo, just crammed into the Vatican. It's incredible.
They don't have any more room for anything else.
Yeah,
I've seen pictures lately on the internet and in newspapers of magazines of just what opulence is. You know, it's quite wonderful. You can. I mean, if you're the Pope, you can sit in a place like that and say,
right,
the sins of the flesh.
What's that
things
like?
Like that. You can say meditation, fasting, all of these, then all of the sacraments, the holy sacraments, and then somehow I can't. Sometimes I can grasp it, but other times, you know, coming up here, Lenny Bruce says this routine were called the Religions Incorporated, where the Pope and Billy Graham and the head of all of the various denominations of churches around the world, churches and mosques and all of these things around the world get together, and you know, they have a buffet, and at the same time he says, and if Jesus saw them, he might ask them, why are you wearing that big ring when you know, not more than 100 miles from here, there are people crowded like 6 into a small room, smaller than I don't know, half a little cubicle on a subway car or a train, and they have to like walk out into the backyard to use a facility. They have no running water, and why don't you sell those rings and take care of those people? That's what Jesus might say.
I think the Catholic Church. I think the Catholic Church is one of the largest landowners in the city. That's right?
The Catholic Church
in the world, right?
And definitely in New York City.
In this city, well, they own a lot of land in this city, but so does the royal family of England.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, yes.
In this city?
In this city, yes.
I recall Mother Teresa was trying to shake down Giuliani for some extra parking space. Give it to her.
Oh my
Kiki can tell you a lot about that.
What? Is this true? This is crazy. Oh my god.
For the Hummer?
Tostado calentito maní, fresquito maní caliente. Tostado calentito maní, confitato maní, fresquito maní caliente.
I think this is from Cuba. The questions are more political than I thought.
Rajadito en la punta, llevo los dorados, peludo, pelado, pelado pico, peludo pico. cosa el duranero, Durazno y el duranero, peludo, pelado, pelado prico, el duranero, corazón de palo, manguinda siri, sanguinda siri, sacere, sanguinda, enguinda cereza, corazón de paloma. Señora y señorita, coloradita, sin madurita y dulcecita, enguinda cereza, corazón de paloma. Las empanadas de horno, en las empanadas de horno, con pasa y aceitún y huevo. Las calduitas, las empanadas de horno, con pasa, aceitún y huevo. Las empanadas de horno, las empanadas de horno, con pasa y aceitún y huevo. Las calduitas, las empanadas de horno, con pasa y aceitún y huevo. Por esta calle me voy, por las otras me devuelvo. Ha llegado una estación de invierno para vender el motemey. El motemey, pelado el mes, en mi hogar en ti. El motemey, pelado el mote calentí. El motemey, pelado el medio y calentí. Llevo la sandía, sandías del sandillero, un sandía del sandillero, calada, rosada y dulce, son las sandías, el sandillero. Sandía buenos melones, sandía buena, señoras y señoritas, dulcecitos y maduritos, parcitos, melones buenos.
Hold her hand and cry, friend, I will, as she passed away. Hold her hand and cry, friend, I will, till she passed away. I believe I'll go home, friend, do this, dress myself in black. I believe I'll go home, friend, do this, dress myself in black. Show the world I want her, but I can't. Lord, get her back. Show the world I want her, but I can't get her back. Run here, friend, please come. Try to call her back. Run here, friend, please, try to call her back. Show the world I want her, but I can't. God, get her back. Show the world I want her, but I can't. hear that lonesome Lord church bell ring. Every time I hear that lonesome church bell ring, make me think about that song my baby used to sing. Make me think about song my baby used to sing.
That's Blind Boy Paxton, who was at the Brooklyn Folk Festival last year? Yeah. And Blind Boy Paxton was on radio, and it was one of the best programs that I can remember. I really had such a great time with him. He was unstoppable. After we did 3 hours of music, he sat in the studio. We still had a studio of our own in those days, and he saw a piano, and he just went over to the piano, and he just played and played and played. He did promise to come back. I would love to see him again, and we'll continue to attempt to do something that makes what we did tonight feel, like it was a good effort, but the music was much better than our technical support, and I apologize to you, and I yearn to come to see you at Jalopy, where you probably have much better studios than we do here. We've been promised that we'll have better studios. See, not that these studios are bad. The studios are great, but we haven't brought enough mics in, and we haven't set them up and configured the place for the kind of radio that we are going to try to do. Maybe we'll just have to accommodate ourselves to these reduced circumstances. And thank you very much, Homie Wise. I have your wonderful CD, and I'll be playing some of it. Homie Wise, at least on the CD, is Carlos Santana, Jesse Carolina, Mario Maggio, Mike Ellison, and Noah Harley. And it's wonderful that you came all the way up here to Convent Avenue to convene with us. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure for us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Well, it's our privilege and our pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Andy Wise.
Mommy, Daddy, come and look at
was young, on the street where we lived, my brother and I were two distant kids. We shared the same house, we shared the same name, but out in the street we played two different games. Mama and Daddy fighting wars of their own. They left their two boys to go it alone. We looked for a harbor safe for the heart. Like ships in the night, our lives drifted apart. Sometimes I think of things that might have been. In the garden of life, nothing blooms on its own, and nothing is gained by living alone. This plain little truth lay hidden in time. I wasted so much trying to find what was mine. Years passed behind us, we mourned for the dead, and never took notice of things left unsaid. But life's for the living as the river flows on. There's time for our kids, and then that moment is gone. Sometimes I think of things that might have been. Blossomed in years, began with a day. The days fell like leaves till the branches were bare. A wound in the chest, just like the tip of a spear. If I could go back, I might find a new road, an untraveled path I missed long ago. But the arrow of time goes only one way. The past is the night, and it's gone in the day. Sometimes I think of things that might have been. Sometimes I think of things that might have been.
WBAI in New York City. And WFTE in Mount Cobb and Scranton, Pennsylvania. And WHCI in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. My name's Bob Fast. This is Radio Unnameable, Unendurable. We'll be here for another 45 minutes or so. So disappointing that we're not able to take your telephone calls. Perhaps we will if you call and pledge your support to WBAI, or if you go to our website, our website for contributions, that is give, G-I-V-E, 2, and the number 2, WBAI. If things are like this here now, you have an opportunity to see what WBAI was like in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, when it was, supported by an underpinning of technical superiority, and we had grants from CPB, and we had more listeners than I think we do now. Not counting the internet, though I think on the internet we are pretty well listened to. But at the moment, I think WBAI is being distracted from, I don't know, whether there are more things that we should be doing than we are doing. But I don't know, give us a few more months and maybe we'll get onto a more even keel. What do you think, Bill? Think we have a chance of regaining some of our former shine?
I think that's entirely within the realm of possibility. 4 months, you think? Did I hear 4 months? I was hoping to have it sooner than that. I mean,
there are things that are happening here that remind me of our former digs, like after a moment or two, the mic kind of collapses on the console.
Yes.
Because the mic stand is in need of having some screws tightened. We're all a little screw loose around here, but we'll
screw loose but fancy free.
Nothing is free. Nothing.
Imagination.
We're in dire straits.
wasn't alone. To be a new champions, we were there for two. From springtime in Arizona till the following morning. The raceways were the battlefields, we fought them all the way. Was in Phoenix in the morning, I had a wake-up call. She went around without a warning, put me in another one. I drove Long Beach to California with 3 crackers. We went on to Indianapolis, Indiana, maybe. Well, the brigade said for anyone who will not learn. I climbed a mountain to qualify, went flat through the turn. But I was down in the minor beams and on Calcula's down. But I sat down in gasoline at the end I cried. The Killigan on the Milwaukee Mile. And in June I'm in Michigan, we robbed that barrel. And it was on the Portland, Oregon for the G.I. Joe. But I'd blown off almost everyone when Motor home. You and Ontario, we died in England. Those walls of mid-Ohio to Toronto there. We came to North America where we burned up and done. But it's Speedway and Nazareth, I made no mistake.
second chances, a chance at being free, a chance to take our measure here and see what we can be. The dancing isn't over till the last note has been played. We bow with thanks, walk back home to see what we have made. The mirror shows the message. You can't deny the time whose tracks you trace upon your face while waiting for a sign. If chances were like highways, a map would bring you home. There'd never be a detour sign as you drive on alone. Crystal, they shatter when they fall. You cannot bend the hands of time, you'll never save them all. You juggle aspiration and balance it with pain. No matter how the drought drags on, there'll always come a rain. For life is but a highway beneath tomorrow's skies. The winds of time will wash away the ache of old goodbyes. Our chances live in children, they'll grow beyond our reach. Our purpose turns from self to all, our mission is to teach.
Still WBAI in New York City, and we sound quite different. It's because we are different. We're broadcasting from the kindly welcoming studios of WHCR, which is the voice of Harlem. We have been graciously given this space, which is something a little strange to us. We haven't outfitted it with all of our electronic finery yet, and yet we're still trying to broadcast from it and still trying to raise a bit of money to proceed with what we're doing. Bill Propp is here. My name is Bob Fass, and this is kind of the shreds of Radio Unnameable. Sorry that we haven't been able to take telephone calls. We thought that we would be able to when we had a designated cell phone. Probably hear some people yelling outside in the hall. There's a little bleed through. Why don't we open the doors so that they can be heard?
Sure.
Better.
They look familiar. By the way, as far as cell phones, we are right on the border between a dead and not dead. So I can hear people ringing me, but when I answer them back, they drop out. Ali. Hello there. Have you been here before, yes? No? Well, welcome. This is our humble abode. Yes, we're on.
Yes, we are. We are.
Very much.
We are on the air.
Okay.
Such as
Don't
it
be
were.
shy.
We thought that we would have a cell phone to use over the air, but turns out that this is a very dead zone here.
There must be a way to do it, because some people have managed to pull that off.
Yeah.
I just got a call over there. So
Outside the door is fine, but inside doesn't. None of the phones seem to work. Yeah, you have to talk into a microphone now, man.
Welcome to the dead zone.
Yes, this is the land of the dead living.
I would imagine that would make for better broadcasting without interruption. No cell phone service in the studio.
There are some.
No. Well, that's what you probably hope, but we thought that since we didn't have telephones, we could get a Google phone and have work around it. But right now, now this thing is vibrating in my hand.
Does it feel good?
Can I have it? Can I check that out?
It feels like it's alive. And now, what is the number? We might try again. If you call WAKE-ET-WBAI, those letters, Wake ET WBAI, you will be. You should be able to get through if the telephone is now in a live zone, but I don't hear anything. But
I had another idea, but it's going to take somebody with a little techie knowledge. We have at least two wired phones, and there is a way to find out what extension this actually is. Because right now, if we try to call that, it'll ring general extension. You'll get a recording. I think we tried it from another phone, and if we could somehow punch in the code that'll tell us our exact extension, there's no reason why we can't do that, and maybe even put it on the air.
Why don't we play some? Why don't we play some music?
Okay, that sounds like a good idea.
We can sit. It's actually the music played sounds better here than it did at our old facility.
Really?
Yeah. At least to my ear, it does. I don't know whether it's because of the digital board.
Well, there definitely is a different sound to the board, because I noticed while I was driving in the difference in how the signal sounds.
Also, there's no dust maybe underneath it.
No, it's a different. It's a different. It's a different. Every board has a different sound.
That's true. It's like every old transmitter before they had digital. Each chip was analog chip, and they all sounded different. Even the same frequency from one city to another sounded different on 99.5. One more, just before we, one more bummer of a note. I thought I'd pass it on before we hear some music as relief. I understand subway, bus, and train fares are going up almost immediately. Little, but
how much are they going up?
And bridge tolls.
And bridge tolls. Bridge tolls are going to be raised again?
Yeah.
And this is about
they were just raised a couple of months ago.
And they're not done yet. It's going to be some more. I think it's be like the 30th series since 1980, something like that. There's a chart in Newsday on the front page that compares what it was only in 1980, like a base year, and compared to what they are now, it's far more than the cost of living goes up. Far more. So,
and they want to pay the workers less.
Yeah.
And
now for happy music.
Yeah, happy music.
Okay.
Touch them with my hand, but I feel them in a rainstorm or the desert's burning sand, 'cause they always seem to find me when I'm unaware, sneaking up behind me when I'm in my easy chair. Bad news, bad news, I say hello to the blues. Say hello to the blues.
We seem to have managed to get a cell phone call. Hi. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Hello there. Hi, this is WBAI. You're on the air.
That's incredible. I'm listening to you in delay in the other room. I'm going to go turn that off. But
in the other room?
Yes.
Where is this room? Wait a minute.
Right now, I'm back with the. I turned off the thing in the other room.
Where is the room? What city? What state?
Oh, the city is Berkeley.
Berkeley, California.
California.
Wow. Transnational radio. WBAI once again is transnational radio.
It's also trans-monthly. I'm calling you from February. You're in March.
Right.
True, yeah.
Right.
I still have about 20 minutes of February left.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, I'm calling you on the Google phone, and somehow it seems to be working now. When you announced that you were going to start trying to take calls, the Google phone had been turned off, and now it's been turned back on.
I wonder how it got turned off.
I turned it off.
Oh. Why'd you do that?
Well, you said you were unable to get phone calls, so I didn't want it to constantly be leaving messages on your phone.
I see. But how did...
I just put on a message that said, sorry, the technology keeps us from getting through. Which, when I get off this phone call, I'm going to try and change. because now you're now able to get phone calls because I called you from the Google phone. This phone call went to New York and then to California and then back to the Bronx, I think.
No wonder there's a delay.
Well, what I would like is to have this conversation be a little bit less self-referential, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Could we, talk about something other than the quality of, or the ability of our technology to pass our information? The medium is the message, they say, but once in a while it's nice to get some kind of a message in the medium.
Message, right.
Yes.
Well, I'm out here in California, and I'm listening to you, and I'm glad that we have now finally been able to touch base. But I don't really have a lot of reporting to do from California. Pretty much what's going on is what's going on. The federal government seems to be going out of business tomorrow. Well, for you it's today. Or at least they're chopping off a significant amount of everything.
Is this what they mean by the withering away of the state?
Wish.
I don't know. The Republicans want to wither away the safety net and Social Security and Medicare, and I wouldn't mind if they would wither away some of the wars, but I kind of have become more and more of a statist as I've aged. I kind of think that there should be there should be a way to stop them from cutting down the last redwood or from hydrofracking California or New York. And so I kind of think that there may be some value in having a state. Something I didn't quite get way back when. In fact, in my little clique of anarchists, I'm known as the statist. We have some discussions from time to time about whether or not we should totally get rid of the state, and I keep telling them that just because somebody finds it profitable to make trim out of the last redwood tree doesn't mean they should be allowed to do that.
So the state is useful as a way to protect the forests, to contain greed, and used to say.
Well, even anarchists agree that we have to work together and come up with solutions that work, and the state is the method to do that. Unfortunately, the state seems to be run by greed. I'm looking at the question about guns, and it really bothers me that the incentive, the financial incentive, is for the NRA, because Bloomberg is not making any money off of gun control, but the arms manufacturers make a ton of money off of selling more and more guns. And so they use that money as long as they can to buy politicians. That's what the NRA does for them.
Well, it's what the pharmaceutical industry does. It's what every other industry seems to do.
Exactly. It's about follow the money, and the system is set up so that the corporations, which live forever and who by law are required to maximize their profits in any way they can, that's what they do. They buy politicians as long as they can, and they do. And they seem to have a pretty good lock on that. So while I'm a statist, I'm not particularly fond of this particular one. There could be worse, but I also know there could be a whole lot better.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of things getting better, whether it pertains to radio transmissions, coverage of the Supreme Court, or I don't know, the conditions that, I don't mean to say just, the conditions that people live under in this world. I thank you for your call, and I wonder whether anyone else is going to try to call. Shall we give that?
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will, and this should be the message that says the phone is now working. So give a call to what's the number? Wake. WAKE. ET WBAI. Those, now what are the numbers that go with that? The numbers that go with that, I'm going to have to look at the phone because my phone is in my ear. But I know it's 925 something. 925-33-8.
Oh, there's another call.
Oh, okay. 925.
Okay, so I'm going to get off and let you take the other call.
Thank you.
Okay.
925-338.
Unknown caller. To add this caller to your current call, press 5. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Accept 1.
Well,
accept
are you there?
Voicemail, press 2.
Accept.
Well, we had a little bit of advanced technology, and now we seem to have lost it. If maybe someone else can try to call. We may have lost that call.
Also, I'll give it again. 925-338-WBAI.
925-338-WBAI. I don't blame you for not trying after this.
And Bob's hand is going to have a Charlie horse tomorrow.
Yep.
This is our jury-rigged but somewhat successful experiment.
What are you planning to do this morning, Ahmed?
I'm listening to you.
Well, at the moment, believe me, I'm going to slink out of here.
Coming up, and before you leave, I'll talk about it. There's something going on called the Paley Fest, where I have some giveaways. I know everybody's worn down by the donations and everything. So in the moment, I got some giveaways to this event with this TV show with The Walking Dead at various theaters throughout the metro area. Some free passes to those who are listening on March 7th at various theaters for The Walking Dead, which will be like a special screening and presentation. And then on the 13th, they'll have the cast of The Big Bang Theory doing a live Skype type thing in the theater with some unseen footage, previously unseen footage, and that will be on the 13th at various theaters throughout the metro area, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And I'll be setting up so that you can get passes. I'll be giving away passes, and you can hit me on my Facebook page. The first 5 people for each theater will get a pair of tickets. That is one thing we're planning on doing. And when Ibrahim gets here, hopefully soon, I'm sure there'll be a lot of music and catching up to do. And all that good radio stuff. We try to hold up the thing. Oh, yeah, that Google phone thing is working pretty nice.
pale horse coming, and I'm gonna ride it. I'll rise in the morning, my fate decided. I'm a dead man walking. I'm a dead man walking. In St. James Parish, I was born and christened. Now I've got my story, mister, ain't no need for you to listen. It's just a dead man talking. Once I had a job, I had a girl. But between our dreams and actions lies this world. In the deep forest, their blood and tears rushed over me. All I could feel was the drugs and the shotgun, and my fear up inside of me, like a dead man talking. Neath the summer sky, my eyes went black. Sister, I won't ask for forgiveness. My sins are all I have. Now the clouds above my prison move slowly across the sky. There's a new day coming, and my dreams are full tonight.
Looks like this version of Bruce Springsteen's Dead Man Walking has one cut on it. Is that possible? See, we heard this. That's as far as it goes. Okay, well, we can do another workaround.
I gotta move, I can't go slow. Don't tell me about looking up, don't tell me about moving up. I just wanna move a little faster. Roads on roads, but still we travel on. Horse big, you gotta go around it. No time to wonder if you're going somewhere. Just keep running them forward gears. I just wanna move a little faster. still can't slow me down. How can we quiet the drifter's mind? How can we find just a little more time? I just wanna move a little faster.
Thank you very much for listening. If you did listen to us this morning, if you want to hear a grown man cry, you can hear me cry about the things that have happened to WBAI. Thank you very much to WHCR for letting us camp out in your sweet studios. Thank you to Omi Wise for coming up and putting up with our really sleazy technical support. And I wish we had our telephones back, but Ahmed Ali and Ibrahim Gonzalez are here for in the moment. And they'd be worth listening to. Appreciate your support. The more support, the less will be in the jock.
I still recall those chances to give, with time to grow and tomorrow to live. But daylight calls and morning holds sway. Slow ride highway, take me home, carry me home today. It's hard to see when the forest's so deep, with not much time to rest or sleep. You do your best, take time to pray, carry me home, babe.
If you're hearing a sonic mess, it's not your hearing that's playing tricks on you. It's just that we're mixing and remixing. And we're gonna be here. We're stuck with each other till about 5 or 6. I'm not sure how long I'm supposed to be here today. I'm not sure. Let me get up the other microphone here. Let me get it up. I mean, turn it on. Okay. I think I'm gonna take a chance and pull these two microphones up. One of them's got to work.
You just had me right there. There you go.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
Good morning.
You've been here before.
Good morning, Cabal. Yeah, a few minutes before.
Yeah. That's Ahmed Ali.
And that's Ibrahim Gonzalez.
And he's pointing my way.
That's right. You can't see it, but
it's happening.
It's happening. Yes, it is.
And it is happening in real time. This is not a pre-recorded show, by the way. Not on CD.
Not?
No, it's not on MP3.
Yeah.
It's not on reel-to-reel. It's not on cassette.
As a matter of fact, if you get a connection,
it's not on 8-track.
And you're on Facebook, hit me on Facebook and we'll chat a little bit.
That's right. This is no audio file at this point. Not while we're doing it. Maybe later on when this show is archived on WBAI.org. And Ahmed Ali has made the trip all the way from Long Island.
Long Island, yes. Long Island. Out there's like the Jersey Shore, you know. Yes.
Are you recuperated from Sandy, Ahmed? Because I know your house got hit.
I've got to, because it's been so cold.
And how cold has it been?
Well, January and early February was a little rough.
Yeah, sometimes.
So no contractors are going to come out.
No contractors are coming out in the cold.
No, absolutely not.
I understand that one because sometimes when it's cold and I have to do my business, I can't find what to do with. It's that cold sometimes.
Do your business?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Did you bring paper with you?
You got anything to roll?
The toilet paper roll is what I was talking about.
A roll of toilet paper.
Does a bear?
Yeah.
With 7 words in the woods?
Something like, a bear and a rabbit were taken in the woods. And so, the bear says, hey, do you have any problem with sticking to your fur? And the rabbit says, no. So then the bear picks him up and wipes his ass with him.
And he had a donkey with him?
Excuse me, I need to pray. And then, good luck to the Pope. It was yesterday his last day on the gig.
Yeah, you used to be a Catholic, right?
Yeah. not very Catholic anymore. I mean, he's one of the only surviving popes of all time. That's right. He doesn't belong to the dead popes society. He's among the living.
Oh gosh, the dead pope society.
Well, when he stands out on the terrace and he's waving his hand back and forth.
Get off my lawn!
You bunch of
my lawn!
Bums. There was this one priest that went over to the Vatican. He wanted to get promoted. He's been working the beat on pastor? No, he's a pastor working in a parish, right? So he wants to get promoted to maybe bishop. Bishop. Right. I mean, he did a lot of the other as well. But anyway, he was trying to get an honest promotion. Maybe, I don't know, when you become bishop. Is it a different pay scale when you become bishop than when you're a priest?
I thought they had a vow of poverty. Yeah, it depends if you're Franciscan or what's the other one?
Franciscan, the Christian brothers, the Jesuits.
The Jesuits and the Franciscans, right?
Yeah. So then the priest finally gets over to Rome, which is, Rome is a country all unto itself. I don't know if people realize that.
Well, yeah, the Vatican has an envoy to UN, right?
Yeah.
So they might as well be
it is its own nation. It's a country within a country. I think it's located in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow or another they've managed to carve out a little square footage within Italy and say this is another country.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure. Not like Sicily. Sicily is at the very tip of the Italian boot. Italy is in the shape of a boot, and Sicily is just within soccer range. I always think that they're going to just kick Sicily all the way across the Mediterranean into the Atlantic or something. So then, this guy wants to have an audience with the Pope. Well, no, I shouldn't say this guy. A priest wants to have an audience with the Pope, and he's waiting his patient self in there's this tremendous plaza in front of the balcony where the Pope gets up and say, "Hey, get off of my plaza, okay?" And so there's all of this pomp and circumstance, and the Cardinals. The Cardinals are the ones dressed in red, right?
Yes.
Those are the kind of racy guys. They wear red all the time.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Birds.
Well, or the baseball team.
Baseball team, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Well, anyway, I have a feeling that the Cardinals kind of got the idea from the Bird, that they would be in red somehow. Because bird is the word, actually.
Be careful.
Okay.
Don't flip it.
Don't want it to land on its head. Always land on your feet, okay? Be like a buoyant. Always land on your feet. And you know what it is that they say about the early worm, right? The early worm gets caught by the bird. Remember that.
That's a thought. Yeah. Sleep late if you're a worm.
Definitely. If you don't want to be caught by the bird or the cardinal. And sometimes, you just don't want to be around cardinals. I mean, the bird song is nice, but there's been a lot of scandal with cardinals and bishops and all that. But I won't go there. All right. So
good morning, Uncle Sidney.
He talks about it the way he wants because he's Catholic and he has the right to tell it like it is as a Catholic.
Where's Uncle Sidney?
Uncle Sidney's probably resting well before the early worm or the early bird, for that matter. I don't have the impression that Uncle Sidney, with the exception of maybe getting up to do his on the radio on Saturday,
Saturday morning with the radio on.
Yeah, with the radio on. Okay.
Or Uncle Happy, the Uncle Happy show.
That's right. Or Uncle Sidney Smith, Uncle Begrudging, Uncle. I mean, he has this whole series of Uncle somebody or another that he does.
He's probably.
I think he used to be an altar boy.
Relaxing at Sydneyland.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. There's a city named after Sydney too.
In Australia.
Down under. So Sydney's probably getting some rest by now, and he well-deserved rest because the man works really hard. And when you work for BAI, you're not taking it easy. You're working the butt off. That's what it means to do non-commercial radio, volunteerism, where the producers get nothing and somebody else is collecting a paycheck. But in any case, if you feel generous, and don't worry, we're not going to put the money in our pockets. You can
there's a hole in our
donate. There's a hole in me pocket. You can donate by going to wbai.org and following the click for donate. And donate on the web if you want to.
Yeah, give to WBAI.
Yeah,
also
that's right.
WBAI.
Is that a website?
That's another link, I believe.
Oh, that's the okay.
Give to WBAI.
So the priest is at the Vatican after all that, and he's waiting for the Pope to come out to see if he can get the Pope's attention. And all the cardinals are coming out. You know, maybe some others are coming out as well. The bishops and various choice priests, and he's there, you know, dressed to impress. I mean, the priest came in his best, cassock or his robes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's got his crucifix thing going on with the rosary. He's really hanging. All right.
I'm not saying anything.
No, you're just looking at me a certain way. I just want to keep it above the belt. So he's got the rosary, you know, and the rope around the belt. And instead of a belt, he has a rope, right?
Well, yeah, that's a Franciscan.
I mean, it's got different purposes. Okay,
that's the monks, right? Have the rope.
The monks and Franciscan priests. Yeah, you hit it on the head. Okay. I think there's also Franciscan brothers and stuff, and they got a rope also. Mm-hmm. I don't know who else has a rope. But, you know, some people.
The clan.
Yeah, and they wear robes too, right?
Oh.
Yeah, maybe not the same. You know, not the same Franciscan brown color for their roses. You know, but they also have crosses. The clan.
Well, they're good Christians, right?
Christian soldiers.
That's what they call themselves.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? There are people that don't want to say anything bad about anybody. So you'll say, well, how do you feel about the clan? And they'll go like, oh, it's a pretty big family, you know, something like that. Or what do you think about President Assad of Syria? Well, he's kind of like the best at what he does, you know, stuff like that. But here on In the Moment, we don't mind calling dictators and oppressive people.
What's short for dictator? Anyway,
well, it's a short one at that. Some people talk about the dictator complex.
The dictator complex.
Yeah, and it might be related to some kind of like
performance anxiety,
coming up short or something. So the priest is waiting in this big courtyard of the Vatican, right? That's what it is. It's like a plaza. And the Pope is coming through, and Pope Mobile and everything like that. It's got a staff, got that pointy hat. I forget what you call it, the big Pope hat. And everybody's like in awe, and the Pope is coming through. There's this one guy that's, you can smell him like from a block away. Fleas coming off of him, raggedy clothes. Guy's a mess. The Pope stops dead in his tracks, looks over to the guy. Everybody, you know, when the Pope stops, everything stops. Right? Everybody stops, wherever they are. You know, everybody's chill. It's like Pope raises his hand, everybody's quiet. So the Pope walks over to the guy by himself and leans over to the guy and whispers in his ear. He's telling the guy something, you know. The guy acknowledges, you know, the guy with the flea bag clothes and everything like that. He's stinking up a stink and nods his head, and the Pope how do you say that word? Contentedly, or content me, or with some contently, or
with
contented,
contemptually.
No, well, he was kind of
with contempt.
No, not even that.
Or happily.
He was pleased.
Contently.
Yeah. He was okay. He was like, okay, this guy acknowledged me. You know, I told him what I had to tell him, and walks away. And the guy gets up, and he starts walking out of the courtyard, out of this big plaza, and the priest sees this, and he just can't believe it. You know, he's there, and he's not noticed, but this guy with, you know, his street clothes, let's call him, gets all the attention of the Pope. And so the priest runs after him and has a couple of words with the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like, came all the way from America. I think the priest was somewhere in Podunk. Where's Podunk? Is it Iowa? Podunk, Iowa. So, you know, he was one of the, you know, out of the way places, and he's there for promotion, and he wants to state his case, but he can't get an audience with the Pope. Not with these bummy looking guys in the big fancy courtyard of the Vatican and everything else. So he tells the guy, listen, you got a minute for me? The guy says, che se dice? You know, what's up? You know, what are you saying? So he says, points to his clothes, and he points to the guy's clothes, and he's with sign language, because, you know, the priest doesn't, his Italian is, maybe his Latin is pretty good, you know? Dun, 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 dun. But his yeah, but his Italian isn't up to snuff, so he's just kind of like signing.
They have snuff in Italy, chewing tobacco.
You know, with that kind of money, you could get anything you want at the Vatican, I'm sure. So then he's like pointing to the guy's clothes and pulling on his own, and the guy gets it. Yeah, okay. So the priest gives him the clothes that he was, you know, all this pristine stuff with the nice robe and all pressed and everything like that, a little bit of starch, smelling good, you know, some incense on it, you know, maybe frankincense, myrrh type of smell on it. You know, he's doing everything he could to get all the positive attention. So they switch clothes. And the next day, the priest is in the same place where this guy with his flea bag clothes were, but this time it's the priest inside that shell. And the clothes are not smelling any better one day to the next. It's not like it gets better. It's like, okay. Pope is coming out, the cardinals come out, the bishops, the archbishops, a selected handful of special priests and all that. Pope spots the man in these clothes. Walks over to him again, ceremoniously, and leans over to the priest, and the priest is really excited. But he tries to restrain himself from like jumping for joy or anything like that. He's just sitting there humbly, just like the other guy before, just like the pauper man from the day before. Pope leans over, whispers quietly in his ear, and he says, I thought I told you to get the heck out of here. You know, some of those stories that I tell sometimes have a moral.
You are about to listen to the...
But I don't know what the moral of that one is. I don't know. Do we need a moral for that story?
It's better than an immoral.
Better moral than immoral. Oh. Oh, by the way, you're listening to In the Moment with Ahmed Ali
and Ibrahim Gonzalez,
broadcasting.
The Mambo Dervish.
Yes, the Mambo Dervish and the Mr. Cafe Ali.
Cafe Ali.
Mm-hmm. We're broadcasting from the stellar studios of Harlem Community Radio on the campus of City College, up in Hamilton Heights, and we're going to be here for a little while. If you want. Those of you that have our numbers, Ahmed, people got your cell number, but we don't want to give it out.
No, I'm not doing that. I heard somebody else on the list.
Yeah.
had some issues with their number.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to give out my number either, but those of you that do have my number, if you want to call, you can call.
And likewise.
Okay. So if you have Ahmed's cell number, you can hit him up. If you got mine, hit me up. I'm not sure what number this phone here is. We do have a landline in the studio, but I've yet to find out what the number is inside this room. I'm not here that often, so I'm not sure about all of the connectivity here.
And this is this the pledge line?
Yeah, but nobody's there right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we can leave that. Leave sleeping dogs lie. I think that's what they call it. You know, so I mean,
if your dog sleeps sitting up.
Yeah, well, some do. But this is WBAI in New York, 99.5 FM in the city that really doesn't sleep. It really doesn't. And that's why I'm here. I couldn't fall asleep. I told Ahmed, I don't know if I'm coming or not, right?
I thought you were only in it for the money.
Yeah. Oodles and oodles of zeros.
Frank Zappa, we get.
And all the zeros you have.
Yes.
Remember.
With no number in front of it.
1,000,000 times 0 is still going to equal 0.
Nothing from nothing, leave nothing, right?
You got to have something.
I don't know. Where is it?
If you want to be with me. Well, you know, to this party, you don't have to worry about what you're wearing. Just don't come in a flea-ridden schmuck. Is that what you call it? Schmuck? Somehow that word doesn't sound right. But aside from all the other choice $5 words that I've been pulling out of the ether, esta mañana.
The ether.
Yeah.
That's what that smell is?
Careful. I didn't bring any spray with me.
As the Pope, what did he say?
Yeah. Yeah. Get the heck out of here. So anyway, last week I managed to do a show out of this studio too. And it's a very comfortable little spot. How do you like it here, Ahmed?
It's very nice. And I like to see the buildings in the daytime. I mean, it's pretty lit up now.
Mm-hmm.
But some of these buildings look like they're from like a fantasy set, you know.
It's very gothic.
Yes.
Very gothic.
That's the word for it?
Yeah, this is gothic. Most of the campus that was built originally, the North Campus, consisting of Shepherd Hall, which is sort of like the flagship building of the school. It's the one that symbolizes City College, built in the shape of a crescent, with an intersecting great hall that's cathedral-like in its proportions. And what a sound in the great hall. It does sound like a cathedral in there.
Wow.
Because the ceiling's got to be, I don't know, what seems like maybe about 150 feet to 200 feet tall. Wow. Marble floor. I mean, they spared no expense to build this place.
Yes, because just pulling in here is just, you know, it's like you go from just an urban city, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, what is this? This complex is just
you're in the
fascinating
working person's Ivy League right here. City College used to be known as the working man's Harvard, and it still is that. You know, a lot of people don't want to call it that, but you can get the equivalent of a doctorate education here.
Mm-hmm.
Really, I mean, it's up to that kind of standard. It's a part of university, so at a university you can do the graduate level courses. Some people graduate out of here with a BA and or a BFA. Some people get a BS.
Yeah, but then, you know, you get that every day on the street, you know, walking down the street, and the cops are giving
plenty
you
of BS.
You know what I mean? And I got to get out of here, so I better not say nothing. I got to be able to get.
You want to make sure that your car does not have a boot on it.
Yeah, but you know something? Actually, the people here, the security here, are very, very, very nice, as opposed to
extremely polite.
Other establishments where I've had to deal with. They're extremely helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, this is great. You know, type of guys where at Christmas you want to bring them an envelope or whatever, you know, something. The really, really nice. You know, you don't see that kind of caring assistance too often. And
very welcoming.
Time for me to wake up.
Okay, that's your alarm?
Yeah, one of them.
Okay. Security here is good. I mean, in every which way, the people here at WHCR, at Harlem Community Radio, have been very accommodating, have welcomed this refugee radio station from Wall Street, the Pacifica Radio Network in New York, with open arms, pretty much. We really should throw them a party at some point.
Well, we should do something to show our appreciation.
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
it's a nice space.
Yeah.
It's a very nice space. And, you know, I thought WBAI was nice when I first looked at it. And, of course, it was back then, and it was 2000, 2001.
Mm-hmm.
And,
it seems like a long time ago.
Does it? It seems like it's going so fast.
2001.
I was listening to somebody earlier.
They had a movie like that.
What?
2001.
Really?
Yeah. There was a movie. It's entitled 2001.
It's full of stars. I'm sorry. Yeah, but just thinking about how time passes, somebody was playing a concert that was live at Stony Brook, Frank Zappa, in 1984, and I was there.
Zappa and you were in the same place?
I was there at the gymnasium in Stony Brook, and the guy was saying he remembers it like it was yesterday. I'm saying, me and this guy were in the same place 30 something, almost 30 years ago. Almost 30 years ago. And where did it go? Because that's what he was saying. He remembers it like it was yesterday. But
went
where did
zap?
And somebody else who was listening to it also, we were talking about that.
Were you trading licks with Frank Zappa and stuff?
Yeah, right.
What do you think of his guitar playing?
He's great. Great. You know, it's not technically like an Al Di Meola type or anything, so very clean, but the fact that he could take those ideas that he had.
You know, he's really a percussionist at heart. Yeah. That's his axe. Those are his tools.
Vibraphone?
All of it.
Yeah.
Vibes.
Because I know he's one of the few guys that had like vibes in his
marimba. And he gets
his orchestration.
Some really great musicians to play those compositions down because his writing is very
out there. Yeah. Just to be able to play that stuff, to think of it on any instrument, you have to have some severe chops.
Gotcha.
And what was the album? Shut Up and Play a Guitar. There's, I think there's one cut on there where he starts doing the imitations of all these other guitar players. So you say, well, he can do this. Sound like these other guys, but he doesn't, I guess, intentionally. He had his tone and everything, the way he approached it was cool. It was different, And a guitar, of course, I think he was always going to carry a guitar because I believe he was the one who caught that guitar that Jimi Hendrix burned and smashed. Mm-hmm. Was that at the Montreux Festival?
I'm not sure. Or Monterey?
Monterey Pop Festival.
I guess he's
like
lit up various guitars throughout.
No, the one in particular.
The one that was caught on film at Monterey Pop.
Yeah, Zappa had that guitar, and I guess his son has it now.
Yeah, probably Dweezil has it now.
And
Dweezil Zappa.
Yeah.
Why would anybody name their son Dweezil?
Why would anybody name their son John or Joe
or Joe
or Jack
or Adolf?
I mean, nothing against. That's another story. Yeah.
There you go. But there's plenty of guys walking around with the name Jesus.
Jesus?
Jesus. And most of them are Puerto Rican. Yeah. So, where were we with this whole thing? We were talking about, I don't know what.
Hey, you mind if I make mention of these things I was to give away here?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to read this off because I just got the connection here.
Now hear this.
Navigator, on March 7th, Fathom Events and the Paley Center for the Media are presenting the stars of TV's Edge of Your Seat drama, The Walking Dead, to movie theaters nationwide to kick off the Paley Fest, the ultimate TV fan festival, captured live from the Saban Theater in Beverly Hills, California, Friday, March 1st. But this event is going to be on March 7th. They're going to record it, and you're going to see the screening of it and an opportunity to join the incredible cast as they screen this exclusive, never-before-seen footage and take part in a no-holds-bar Q&A. That's on the 7th. And the theaters is what you have to do. Go to the In the Moment page on Facebook, and you'll see me on there where I posted this information. Go to my message box, inbox me your name and address and the first 5 people who request from any of these locations I'm going to mention. You can get a pair of passes to go be at this event for The Walking Dead on March 7th. And the locations are Bay Plaza 13, that's in the Bronx, on Bartow Avenue, Unit 12, 2210 Bartow Avenue, Bay Plaza 13.
Oh, that's in the Bronx, huh?
In the Bronx. We have City Center 15 Cinema Deluxe. It's in White Plains, at 19 Mamaroneck Avenue. We have Flushing. All right, College Point Multiplex in Flushing. It's 2855 Ulmer Street in Flushing. I have New Rochelle, the New Rock Stadium 18 plus IMAX. In New Rochelle, that's 33 LeCount Place. And then in New Jersey, I have Rockaway 16 with IMAX.
Let's not forgetting you people in Jersey.
No, Rockaway, New Jersey. All right, the IMAX, the Rockaway 16, and Seacourt 10 at Toms River, New Jersey. That's 635 Bay Avenue. If you want passes, tell me which theater you want to go to, and give me your name and address in the message box on my Facebook page for that event. And also on the 13th, Fathom Events presents the stars of TV's hit comedy series The Big Bang Theory to select movie theaters for a live interactive experience as part of the Paley Fest Ultimate TV Fan Festival. In addition to experiencing exclusive, never-before-seen footage, this one-night event will also provide the unique ability to interact with the star-studded cast who will be taking questions live from the studio audience in Los Angeles, as well as the movie theater audiences across the country. So you're going to do some kind of Skype thing.
Whoop, whoop.
This Paley Fest, and that's on the 13th. All right, and all the same theaters. There's Seacourt 10, Bay Plaza 13, College Point Multiplex, Rockaway 16, and City Center 15, and the New Rock Stadium. Hit me on Facebook, inbox me your name and address, and I'll mail them out to you immediately. You got to do it fast. Post haste.
Pronto.
Post haste.
So
and tell your friends. Tell
the Facebook pages
is In the Moment at WBAI In the Moment, and Ahmed Ali on Facebook. You'll see the post on the In the Moment page also, right. And you can hit me in my message box with it. Tell your friends, tell everybody. All the information is there except for the locations, which you had to hear here right now.
Right. So when you get in touch with Ahmed, he'll
we'll send them out to you.
We'll
send them out to you.
Okay, so thanks for doing this for the audience, Ahmed.
Well, yeah.
Very nice of you.
The opportunity comes along, and I got some for Long Island for the WUSB listeners, and all these city area. I didn't expect New Jersey. That was a surprise. So
hey, it seems like it's part of the tri-state area.
Help me get rid of all these. Tell your friends and everybody also to hit it. And
so how many pair you got?
5 pair for each event.
For each event.
For each theater.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot of tickets. Yeah, that's really nice of you.
It's a lot. And so,
whatever. By the way, at no cost to the listeners. This is a freebie.
No cost to anybody. Just get there.
But if you feel generous and you want to donate to WBAI to help us, to tide us over, let's say that. Because
yes, we do need you to
transition
donate.
Here.
We need you to donate to keep WBAI on the air. We are listener supported. And as opposed to, even if you subscribe to one of those commercial digital services, you still hear commercials.
Oh, yeah.
The quicker you donate and get us to where we need to be.
Our next location.
Well, we need to be the next location. Yeah. But the quicker you get us to our goals, the quicker you stop hearing interruptions to the programming, the great programming that you only hear on WBAI, where we're not beholden to the sponsors to stay within certain guidelines and parameters of broadcasting.
We would want to think that we are beholden to our audience, and you are the sponsors. So.
Yes, that's the most important.
When you go to WBAI.org, you'll find a donate button there. Just click it, and it's a convenient way to donate online. Otherwise, throughout the broadcast day, the normal business hours, there'll be a phone that you'll hear on the air, and you can call the call center, make your donations at whatever level you want. Plus, let me encourage people to become WBAI buddies. We want buddies. And to be a buddy, if you could commit to $10 a month to be transferred electronically from your funds to the WBAI coffers, and you could be a WBAI buddy. And over the period of a year, you'd be donating $120 painlessly, pretty much. $10 a month. That works out to about 33 cents a day. All donations, by the way, are indeed tax deductible. Yeah. A little bit of music in the background. I'm going to push it up. This is from the Mr. Bless mix. My boy, Jose Ortiz, loves dance music. And so do I. And so do you, right? You like dance
music?
Absolutely.
That's the revolution. You got to have dance music.
Yeah. if you want to be in my revolution. Ahmed, we've been having a lot of different meetings. The PNB meeting. PNB.
Peanut butter?
Yeah, PNB. Peanut
no
and,
jelly?
And butter.
See, we're so broke. We need your help so bad.
Just dry peanut butter.
Jelly.
That's it. You know,
we need, PNB and
it's like the modern day drummer. All rolls, no butter. But anyway, then also, I think last night they had a LSB meeting as well. LSB.
They were dropping
LSB.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The local
all these meetings.
Station board.
I'm curious to know what's being accomplished. You know, so many meetings.
Where did they have the LSB meeting?
I don't know. It wasn't in my apartment. It was somewhere else. But I'll tell you, they had the PNB meeting in some hotel around the UN.
Really?
Yeah. Fancy schmancy.
They rented it? Or?
I don't know. Maybe it was donated to them.
I hope so.
It was the Beekman Hotel.
The Beekman Hotel?
Over on Mitchell Place, I think it is. Mitchell Place. I'm not sure. You got it? You got the map?
You know what?
Mitch L.
This my connection's acting weird here.
Oh.
It may have certain blocks here at the college.
Oh yeah, you might not be
Wi-Fi
able to surf the web
everything as freely.
Yeah.
I got access to some kind of academic page actually.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Does it have like an agree button? Okay, if you're gonna surf the web, you got to keep it clean, that kind of thing.
I didn't see that, but
well, we just want to find out what Beekman something is. Where the not Beekman, the Mitch L. Place or street or avenue. I think it's a place because I don't know of a Mitchell Street in Manhattan or Mitchell Avenue. There's so many nooks and crannies around New York City that some places are just 1 block long. So when they're 1 block long, I think they call them place. And so the Beekman Hotel was the site of the PNB meeting, the Pacifica National Board meeting.
Mm-hmm.
That's where all of the board members on the national level meet, greet, talk, and they were showing Bob Fass's movie to the Pacifica National Board. And I think most of the people there, really enjoyed it. And I'm hoping that not only the history and the nostalgia of it. Bob is not about nostalgia. Nostalgia is like pining for the past. Bob is very much
in the now
and in the moment. Yeah, sometimes he spills over from radio nameable.
If it's something that you can name.
Right. And there's a message in the film, a very big one. And you've seen the film. They got out to Long Island with it, right?
Absolutely, yes. at the Cinema Arts Center in Huntington, New York.
And the film is called Radio Nameable. Just like the show.
Yeah. And
city. Well, it might as well be a city because, I mean, it has far-reaching impact. The film and the program, the long-standing show of WBAI. And I believe that Bob Fass is one of those people in a singular position that pretty much embodies, I think is the word that I'm reaching for, embodies WBAI.
And its mission statement and the kind of, an extension of it even with the Occupy movement, and of course with the fracking issues. I mean, he's right there right now, and he just gave me a button that said only you can stop faucet fires. And it's so on the pulse of right now.
I would recommend that everybody know what the frack is going on.
Absolutely.
And especially start talking to your elected officials on the state legislature and the state senate. Call the lieutenant governor's office. Call the governor's office, for that matter. Write emails, write letters, do whatever. Because you don't want New York City water contaminated with a lot of chemical pollutants, like unfortunately has happened to many people around the country.
But there are so many highlights that are brought up in the film, and yet there's so many issues that Bob has brought to the attention of the listeners that weren't included in the film. And it's like, how can you capture 50 years of finger on the pulse radio in any kind of film that wouldn't encompass an unnameable amount of time?
Well, they did an amazing job at it.
They did an amazing job. Yes.
Which is,
it's like a highlight reel, and there's so many more highlights.
Yeah, fast forward and rewind and everything. I love the way that it was put together. The interviews, the actualities, all of the events that have been formative to WBAI. And this film, Radio Nameable, is indeed being screened at Symphony Space.
Sunday.
Broadway, 95th Street. This Sunday. 4 p.m.
And Bob will be there for a Q&A, I believe, with Jessica
Wolfson and her husband, Paul Lovelace, director, producer of the film. Both of them worked on it together as a team. And that's really nice to see a husband and wife team. So creative, so conscientious, so young, so full of energy. Put together what I would consider, in my humble opinion, IMHO, in my humble opinion, a masterpiece of a documentary.
And, the thing that's so funny is that how many nights we came in and they were sitting there in the studio with the cameras, and the scene would...
documenting the goings-on within Master Control, yeah?
Yeah. Remember David Amram?
David Amram.
I remember that night, because remember he walked out and he says, how old is he? He said, I'm 80.
He's got to be an octogenarian.
He walked out and he says, I'm 80 whatever years old. Look at me. And he's so
robust.
Yes, how he was. And I remember that day, he had the jacket, the sport jacket on, and a piece of that, not that necessarily interchange he had with us, but they covered him that day in there. And it's something seeing things that you saw happening. It's like history being a part of history.
That's right.
And they have some of these things. And they have this weird-looking guy talking about Bob there, this guy with this long hair, and he's kind of like rose-colored glasses, He's got like a little bit of like a New Yorican accent.
I think that's the way he likes to see the world. Through rose-tinted, rose-colored glasses.
Yes. Well, Ibrahim was, of course, making his commentary on the...
I'm in the film.
Yes, you're in the film.
How cool is that?
That is, how much cooler can it get?
You listen to WBAI 99.5 FM with Ahmed Ali.
And Ibrahim Gonzalez.
Oh, yeah, well... And that's what's up. Symphony Space, this Sunday, 4 p.m., Radio Nameable, the film. You're gonna want to watch it. And you'll never be the same. Really. If you watch that film, you will never be the same.
Riding along in my automobile, my baby beside me at the wheel. I stole a kiss at the turn of a mile.
my curiosity running wild, cruising and playing the radio, with no particular place to go, riding along in my automobile. I was anxious to tell her the way I feel, so I told her softly and sincere, and she leaned and whispered in my ear, cuddling more and driving slow, with no particular place to go. Particular place to go, so we parked way out on the Kokomo. The night was young and the moon was gold, so we both decided to take a stroll. Can you imagine the way I felt? I couldn't unfasten a safety belt, riding along in my calaboose, still trying to get her belt to loose. All the way home I held a grudge for the safety belt that wouldn't budge, cruising and playing the radio, with no particular place to go.
A lot of guitar players still want to sound like that.
The master of the double. Well, slightly out of tune.
Yeah, or we could say detuned.
Detuned. Yeah.
A lot of things like that are signature sounds that people do deliberately.
Well, I don't know.
Or subconsciously.
Back then, sometimes the guitar slipped.
Yeah.
And, well, I think he probably just over-articulated on the instrument a little bit, because his moments
that'll
where
loosen up the strings a little bit,
where it's in tune and then it's out because he's bending everything all over the place. But you know,
well, we're referring to Chuck Berry,
the master of the double stop.
Yeah. And before that, we were listening to some mixes from Mr. Bless, Jose Ortiz, DJ extraordinaire. And we started off the broadcast with a mix called O Elefante, the remix, Ray Barretto. They took a lot of the stuff that was originally issued on Phoneo Records and did a remix a la 21st Century style. This is from the Hammock House compilation of mixes, Eastbound L, the letter L. So if you dig that kind of stuff, those sounds, that's where you can hear them all over again. There you go. Yeah, you know, Chuck Berry has cast a long shadow. I mean, some of the people that are within his immediate cast are, I would dare to say, Keith Richards.
Just no dare, you know? Just read the book.
Yeah, Keith Richards.
He took the time to, didn't he finance that movie about Chuck Berry?
Yeah, and
put up with Chuck.
made sure that they played a concert together, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I had a friend of mine that I was classmates with here at City College, and he got to play piano behind Chuck Berry, one of these gigs that just popped out of nowhere. And he described the gig to me. He said Chuck would just call out the tune, and he'd have to look at the bass player, and the bass player would be going B flat, or A, to get the key and just start jamming right from there.
Because he used to go from town to town with pickup bands.
Oh yeah,
he'd just go into a place and say, "I need you guys to do the gig."
That's right, and they just got to know his music. Otherwise, they got no business playing with him.
Who doesn't know the music? Everybody's heard it. You could be in the elevator and hear it. You could be in the audience at WBAI.
That's right. Even Top 40 radio plays Chuck Berry.
Still.
Yeah, still. And sometimes you might hear this kind of stuff in the elevator. Or on TV.
Especially if you're a spy.
Or a dick. I mean, detective.
Detective.
Yeah. Dick.
Clean it up. Clean it up.
Detective Dick. I guess that kind of qualifies like rock and roll too, right?
I don't know.
That heavy bass line, yeah.
Those horns sound great, man. What's the name of that band?
This is Henry Mancini.
I was going to say, that sounded like, that's reminding me of Perry Mason. I don't know who did that Perry Mason theme.
This theme music was composed by Henry Mancini. You know?
Yeah. I know he did a lot of movies and the Pink Panther.
Yeah.
It was one of his.
And TV shows.
And TV shows also.
This one is the theme from Peter Gunn.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so all of this incidental music that was used also, he would compose the score for Peter Gunn. This is some of that. I think Henry Mancini was into a lot of genres of music.
That's one artist my father had in his collection, in his album collection. I've got a few of his albums that weren't even the famous themes that he did for the movies. That, you know, out of some of the things my father had in his collection that you would expect, the Count Basie, Duke Ellington, most of his collection was Miles Davis.
Your dad was a hip cat.
And who was the other one? Miles Davis and Jimmy Smith, I think, are the most albums he had between the two of them.
Jimmy Smith, the organist?
B3 Master.
Yeah.
The B3 Master. And I would pop and see these odd things like Henry Mancini, you know? And I think the only Sinatra album he had was when Sinatra sang in front of the Count Basie Orchestra. But, you know, my mother would never stop raving about Billy Eckstine.
Wonderful lyricist, and I believe he was singing also, and had a unique and strange kind of voice.
Billy Eckstine?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You think his voice was strange?
Yeah, to me it is. Anyway.
Yeah.
See, well, crooner, you know. Yeah, wasn't as strange as somebody like Tiny Tim or Neil Young. No, Billy Eckstine, wonderful lyricist, composer, and also vocalist as well. Let me set the record straight.
Clean that up. Yeah.
Got some congas bebopping in the background there. Some more Henry Mancini from his album Combo. And it's kind of got that Latin flavor to it. Yeah.
Yep.
And the name of that particular selection is Sidewalks of Cuba.
Sidewalks of Cuba.
Cuba.
So I wonder if he visited Cuba, and before or after.
Oh, a lot of those cats went to Cuba. A lot of them. Jazz is still very big in Cuba, and was back in the day as well. And
wait, I'm looking at that thing.
Oh, this thing?
Yeah, your tripod.
It's a thing. It's a tripod thing. It's like a. it's like a futuristic type of thing that you might see in a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, that's why I had to stop and mention it. You know, some folks at the other radio station bring in a little video camera, and they patch in on the internet and actually broadcast an internet video stream while they're on the
We're getting there.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to help pave the way for that, but I at least want to also have some kind of video documentation of our various stages of manifestation. One of these days, I'm hoping to put together some kind of a documentary about WBAI. And not WBAI in some kind of amorphous type of, fog type of thing. But
what's wrong with fog, man? You know, I do some of my best thinking when I'm in a fog, man, like up in smoke.
Yeah, it was so foggy. Yeah, the day before yesterday, I couldn't see the tops of Tracy Towers in the Bronx. They were totally enveloped. I would imagine at the Empire State Building also.
Why didn't you call Tracy?
Didn't have the number. Anyway, so
EB, don't lose that number.
Yeah,
it's the only one you want.
Wouldn't want to call anyone else.
Send it off in a letter to yourself.
Yeah, what does that all mean? Anyway, what am I talking about here? Anyway,
we're talking about the fog, man.
No,
it affected you. You were there with me.
Before that, I think, if I remember correctly, I think I was thought about doing a documentary about WBAI and its people. That's what I was really getting at. That's where I was going. I was going there.
Okay.
Not just WBAI is an abstract idea.
You can ride the fog, man. You can ride there.
The documentary might just wind up being about a fog. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. John Coltrane. Beautiful stuff. So, if I'm discussing directions with Ahmed.
We're going to do this on the air.
To get back to Long Island from this part of town.
To Long Island, yeah.
You could do like you did coming. You go across 145th Street
The
Bridge.
145th Street Bridge.
Depending on which way you're coming at it. I mean, it's 145th on the Manhattan side. It's 149th in the Bronx side. However, what you want to do after that bridge, you catch the Major Deegan South that wraps around the very tip of the South Bronx.
Right.
Then you go across the Triborough Bridge.
Right.
To Queens.
Mm-hmm.
And you could catch the Grand Central Parkway at that point. And that'll take you out to the LIE.
Mm-hmm.
And you could catch the LIE if that's what you want.
Yeah, that's what I got to do.
Yeah. Or
I got to see how, you know.
Or if you want to go across the Throgs Neck, you stay on the Bruckner Boulevard, and then you'll see signs for the Throgs Neck Bridge.
Right.
And that'll put you on the Cross Island Parkway. And you can take that. Yeah.
Either way.
Or you can stay on the Clearview Expressway.
Mm-hmm. And I can even take the Cross Island Parkway down to Southern State.
That's right.
And keep going from
there.
That's
it. You know, so you got options, bro.
There are options. And I keep that traffic report on too to make sure they'll. Yeah. On my way here, I got hit with a detour. So, but other than that, you know.
But here we are, without detours on In the Moment. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, 4 after 4.
And you're listening to WBAI New York.
I think that's the way we're supposed to say it. WBAI New York.
And WBAI.org internationally on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
The World Wide Web.
Broadcasting over the whole wide world. So, you were listening to John Coltrane, What's New? That's, interestingly enough, off of a compilation CD. We're all in this together, featuring Patty Austin, Acoustic Alchemy, David Benoit, John Coltrane, Ella Fitzgerald, Dave Grusin, Billie Holiday, George Howard, Rippingtons, Lee Ritenour.
Lee Ritenour.
And what does he do? Because I can't pronounce his name.
He's
right.
a guitar player.
All right, so that's why you know.
Yeah. He is an incredible guitar player, Lee Ritenour.
In fact,
he does some tributes to Wes Montgomery that is sweet too.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot more than that.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, from Captain Fingers in the '70s and being a studio guy that was on like 8 of the top 10 at any given time. But
okay.
you know,
I'm gonna play some of Lee Ritenour.
There it is. I can hear it already.
Yeah, you can hear that, right? And Arturo Sandoval and Diane Shore and Spyro Gyra. So
nice compilation album.
Yeah. So being that you got a taste for guitar licks,
always.
I'm gonna let that play.
Always. heads are too big.
Our heads are too big. Well, you know, most guys like to shrink their heads. Most guys.
I don't know about that.
Well, every guy likes a little head.
I don't know about shrinking it, though.
Well, how else are you going to get a little head?
Well, a lot of head is better than a little.
Okay.
Well, that's another story.
Well, that sucks. Yeah. So who we were listening to? Lee Ritenour.
What's the name of that track?
Oh, yeah. We got to do that. Yeah, we got to give them.
Is it possible?
It's called New York Time. NY Time.
New York Time. And that was that Wes Montgomery tribute sound.
That's right. Sounds like he's playing a hollow body F-hole type
Probably
of guitar.
Something like a Gibson L5, which was what Wes Montgomery used to play. Yeah, I think they call it the Wes Montgomery model now. And they had a little inlay.
That way they could charge like $4,500 for the guitar.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's a story real quick. I was at Mandolin Brothers in Staten Island, which is one of the premier guitar dealers on the East Coast, if not in the world. And I was purchasing a guitar there, and it was a big hollow body. And he says, "You want to see something?" And I had read about it, and they were restoring one of Wes Montgomery's guitars. They had it there. It had been in a fire.
Oh.
And I believe it auctioned off for something like $60,000.
Oh.
If I remember correctly.
Wow.
If I remember correctly. That was quite a few years ago. And the stories like that about, you know, and the thing, the attention to the detail that they would not touch the fretboard because they believed that the artist's DNA was in that fretboard, and they were going to leave that the way it was and restore the rest of the guitar.
Very interesting. If a fretboard could speak.
And, you know, I don't have a Gibson L5, but I have a copy of it, and it is a sweet-sounding axe for that type of. It's a large body guitar with the pickup mounted to the body, and it's got a unique tone, and it's just it's a nice sound. You know, if you're working that's my ideal sound.
It's got a nice round, kind of woody type of sound.
Yes, you can hear the tone of the wood and everything in it.
Yeah, you hear a lot more resonance with a hollow body guitar than what you would with a solid body. Yeah,
that overtone, is what they call
everything mingling in there.
That hollow sound, the electric.
Yeah.
Some people say,
sympathetic resonance.
Sympathetic resonance. That's interesting.
Yeah. I've been looking at a lot of different model guitars myself.
Again?
I'm not gonna trade up.
He's got the bug,
but I have that. Yeah, I am fascinated.
Got the guitar. It's something about it with guitars. It's like a keyboard player. You know, you're good until they've upgraded a few times. You know. But guitars, is always something there that somebody's going to make something that you're going to look at and go, wow, that's, you know, because I mean, the aesthetic value of a keyboard is pretty straightforward, black and white keys with buttons and switches. Maybe they have a couple of colors.
We're talking about pianos. We're talking another language than keyboards. They're in pianos.
Whoa.
Yeah.
After you get a Steinway Grand.
Yeah, or Bosendorfer.
What's after that?
There's yet another piano that's made in Italy, and I can't recall the name right now.
But you know Fender, you know Gibson.
Fabioli, I think it's called the Fabioli piano or something like that. Yeah, beautiful. And then, you know, Yamaha makes a good piano. But you're talking about character, and no two pianos are built alike also. Especially when we're talking about the Gilded Age of piano making.
Hey, have you ever been to the Steinway
Haven't been.
factory?
Not yet.
We should do that one day.
Want to.
Go to Long Island City and do the tour.
Well, you want to make it a thing?
We'll do that one day. We can do that,
Yeah, we can stop over on Steinway.
Because why keep putting it off?
Right. And there's so many things that I'm supposed to do that I'm putting off.
Sometimes just stop. Let's do it.
Right. And Steinway Street is really good for falafel and Middle Eastern food. They got, it's become like the new gastronomical mecca of Queens, pretty much, because of all of the different restaurants that they have there. Not just Middle Eastern, Mexican restaurants, Greek restaurants, Asian fare, just about a little bit of everything there. Yeah, I like that. So, the character of a guitar, singular also. What's up with that Les Paul 1959 Sunburst? Everybody wants one.
Well, you know something? How many years that the electric guitar has been in existence? Since the early 50s, maybe the late 40s?
Well, it depends, right? And did Charlie Christian play an electric guitar?
Well, yes.
Yeah, it was amplified. Not a solid body
I'm thinking of the solid body.
Yeah. Well,
Charlie Christian had some kind of a microphonic pickup or something.
Yeah, and his guitar was a F-hole.
So it goes back a little further than that, but let's just pick the 50s, for example.
Let's talk about Les Paul to begin with.
Well, Leo Fender and Les Paul. Argumentatively, Les Paul invented it. Leo beat him to it. They both were on the same track. And I think Fender beat Gibson because Gibson didn't listen to Les. All right?
Yeah.
But basically, they started with a single coil pickup. And then Les figured out that you can cancel the hum by putting two coils together. You know, you had those old single coil big, you know, to get more output, they put more windings on it and made a great big pickup to make a fatter tone for, you know, the P90s. And then they came out, the patent applied for humbuckers. And a mahogany body with a maple cap. You know,
the cap being the surface
top
that the audience gets to see.
The front of the guitar is the cap.
Right.
There's usually a maple cap on a mahogany body with a three-piece maple neck and a rosewood on a standard model, a rosewood fretboard. And on the custom model would have an ebony fretboard and a little bit of, you know,
inlays,
aesthetics. Yeah, different.
Sometimes mother of pearl inlays and all that.
Block inlays and binding and stuff that the other one didn't have, and gold-plated hardware.
Yeah, and also the frets nicely rounded off so that it's smooth to the touch.
Well, that's where the binding covers the edge of the frets on the custom, but. Mahogany body, maple cap, humbucking pickups, and here's the effects line for you guitar players out there. The signal processing, the ideal signal processing for a Les Paul is a cable into a Marshall amp, all set on 10, straight across.
And what would that be?
Sustain City. All right.
Yeah.
You hit a power chord. And it rings like an orchestra.
Yeah.
The sustain. And the thing about it is back then, they had ladies in the factory winding the pickups that maybe lost count. They were supposed to have X amount of windings on the pickups. And the thing is that there could be unique characteristics from one to the other.
Because they were handmade, right?
They were hand wound. Billy Gibbons' 59 Sunburst Les Paul is one that they've taken apart and counted the windings and put it back together and created a line of pickups called the Pearly Gates. And they've also made a Billy Gibbons model Les Paul that is supposed to recreate that. It's a reissue or whatever, or a signature model. The 59 Les Paul is about as good as it gets in guitar. And I look and see a lot of signal processing today and guitars today and amplifiers today, and I don't think there's been really any improvement from the 50s to now. That is the sound. You can't recreate it digitally. They have modeling and all this stuff. It doesn't do the interaction between the guitar, the tubes, the speaker.
Tubes, what are those?
In the amplifier, you get a nice Fender Twin or a Bandmaster with the tubes in it, or, you know, again, you know, that or the Marshall, an old Marshall amp with the tubes in it.
I just used to love watching the tubes glow.
Yeah. Yeah, remember the old Ampegs that used to flip the top over,
and you would see the
tubes
through the grid.
And I remember in my friend's basement when we were teenagers, he would turn off the lights and we would play Maggot Brain, and the only thing you could see, the only light was the light from the tubes in his amp.
Yeah, and then they glow in intensity, I guess, with the more juice that gets.
The hotter they get.
Yeah,
with the heat they change and they have a different.
Also, the tone gets affected by
it sweetens with the heat. The hotter the tube.
The hotter the tube.
The sweeter
the tone.
The sweeter the tone. There you go.
Yeah. She said, well, alone. And remember what I said when you grown. She said, you and your brother, let's learn to share. To do always what's right and fair, and be so what you do. 'Cause for me, just what you do. You don't find like two notes and one bone. Said it's better and to always tell the truth and don't deceive, and make sure that you do what your mom tells you to, and don't find like you know.
Los Lobos. Ow! That's right. We got some wolf action here from East LA. I'm digging it. They know how to use distortion and all that, and all the electronics.
Yeah, they have a nice tone right there. You got an example of it. You know,
pretty characteristic.
Mm-hmm. Rock and roll, classic rock and roll.
Speaking of which,
born in East LA.
This is In the Moment with Ahmed Ali
and Ibrahim Gonzalez, the Mambo Dervish. We're on this magic carpet ride called In the Moment at WBAI in New York.
Absolutely.
Riding into the sunrise.
Yeah. That's how we do it. Yep.
Yeah, Thursday night, Friday morning, whether you are getting up or coming home.
Down.
Oh, I don't know about that. Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with going down. Just wherever you wind up. You know, that's what makes the difference.
Yeah.
And we're here Thursday overnights, Friday mornings.
3 to 5 a.m.
That's right. And Cafe Ali
is on Wednesday mornings, alternating Wednesdays at WUSB in Stony Brook 90.1 FM or at www.wusb.fm. And I have the week off.
Oh, yeah?
For the first time since December.
Finally get a break.
And I'm not complaining, but I have some things I want to catch up on, like looking at my eyelids on my day off.
Yeah. Contemplating on them, huh?
Yes.
I'm not sleeping. I'm just looking at my eyelids.
That's it. Checking them for cracks. And Anyway, WUSB, it's been a great the last 2 months every week, because you get that synergy where it builds and it builds. You don't have that that gap where it kind of slows down. And all the audience, I want to thank them, those who can hear me now, for being so supportive and so great. It's been fun, and always is fun. Very satisfying to hear the reaction from them also.
So check out Ahmed Ali. What's the frequency again, please?
Frequency every other week.
And the
90.1 FM on your radio dial.
Yeah.
And you may be, many of you, our signals overlap, so a lot of Long Islanders who can hear me can also hear their signal. But it starts to fade out in Nassau County, and you can listen on WUSB.FM. And it streams, so you can go there. And matter of fact, you can hear last week's show up until Wednesday. Mm-hmm. You can go to WUSB.FM and go to the schedule page and click on the little speaker over the calendar where it says Cafe Ali. Just click the little speakers, one speaker for each hour. And if you have Winamp on your Windows machine, you can listen to all the shows and get a taste of any of them there that you click on throughout the schedule. Throughout for at least a week. All of them are archived.
Very cool. I'm going to treat the audience to a little bit of Afro-Cuban rumba music.
Rumba.
Yeah, this is the real deal, because some people tap on a conga, and not everybody really plays it. So I'm going to give you some of the stuff, like from the roots on up, from an album entitled Rumba Pa'l Pueblo, Rumba for the People, here on In the Moment, WPAI 99.5 FM en Nueva York.
Y tú no lo sabes y nunca lo has dicho.
te está quemando. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. Muévete en el tema. Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá.
Candela pa' aquí, candela pa' allá. So, a little bit of fuego. Hot. From the album Rumba Pa'l Pueblo. And that was entitled Candela, as if you didn't know. Los Muñequitos de Matanzas. That's the name of the group. From Matanzas, Cuba. That's right, that troupe of rumba drummers, dancers, vocalists. They are a phenomenal force to be reckoned with. Okay, let's see. Well, I can't give out my cell number on the air, but like I mentioned before in the program, if you do have my cell and if you want to give us a call here at the station, I'll take a couple of calls on the air. Couple. Until we get our on-air phone. You know, that's the way I managed to do it last week. Oh, wow, let's see here. A few things coming up that I wanted to mention. I got my new episode of Inner Tube up on Channel 68 BronxNet. That's Cablevision, Channel 68. Or if you're a Fios subscriber, it would be Channel 34. And the new 14th installment of Inner Tube will be airing tomorrow night, Saturday night, 9 p.m. From 9 p.m. till 9:30. You can check it out on BronxNet TV. And if you want to see more of my video art, go to YouTube, Ibrahim Gonzalez. That's Ibrahim, followed by a space, and my last name, G. Ryan Gonzalez, is my channel on YouTube. And I forget how many videos at this point I have up. Probably 70 something, maybe even 80 by now, and still counting. I'm also happy to announce that Cooking with Chef Julio will be experiencing an upgrade. We're probably going to go and do a pilot. So, wish us luck. I feel lucky. Yes, I do. It's been really great putting together a cooking show with minimal resources, but nevertheless, really wonderful. And so now we want to take it up to the next level and produce a 4-television cooking show on Caribbean cooking. All of the Caribbean. From Jamaica to Cuba to Puerto Rico to the Dominican Republic to Haiti to St. John to St. Thomas to St. Kitts to Barbados to Trinidad. I mean, all of the Caribbean. All of it. That's right. No island left unvisited. And that's how we're going to do it. So I'm feeling good about that. But in the meantime, you could check out videos of Chef Julio's cooking. They're on the Ibrahim Gonzalez channel on YouTube. If you're into burning in the kitchen, check it out. Because we have up so many different recipes. And the most recent one that I think has been put up was pasteles and also the Puerto Rican eggnog, coquito. So if you're digging that, if you're feeling the vibe, you can learn how to make pasteles of different kinds. Not only the ones stuffed with meat, but also vegetarian pasteles. Oh yeah, ain't that a thing? And not only the guineo, not only green banana pasteles, but also yuca pasteles. All that on Ibrahim Gonzalez YouTube channel. I'm feeling really lucky about that. And looking forward to doing more programs for television as well as hanging in here on WBAI 99.5 FM. I'll stick around for a little bit longer, doing it in a moment. And if you feel not only lucky, but also generous, go to the website, make a donation to commercial-free radio. That's the way that we stay on the air. It's because of people like you that out of your generosity, you find a way to support commercial-free radio, WBAI, Pacifica in New York. So if you log on to WBAI.org, follow the donate button, fill out the online form, and make a generous contribution to this thing that has been around for 53 years. And we're looking forward to yet another 50-something years, maybe more. But that's all possible because you, the listener, find value in what you're listening to here, right here on the spot of the dial, in between all of the stuff that's just hurling commercials at you, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, year after year. But we concentrate more on the content of programming here on WBAI, and I like it that way. It's one of the reasons I fell into listening to WBAI. I just got sick and tired of hearing commercials, and then every now and then maybe hear something intelligent between all of that. And, well, you know, we're trying to do something here on WBAI. You know, we don't want to sound like a bunch of dummies either. So every now and then we might say something worth listening to and something rather articulate, cogent, and within the general context of the human condition. And that's how we do it here on WBAI. A lot of the time, well, you know, we try. And, you know, the whole thing isn't trying, because if we don't try, it won't get done. WBAI, New York. Of Henry Mancini there, Mr. Lucky. Ah, yes, and I caught up with my CD that I left floating here in Master Control. I'm glad to have caught up with it. This is from Monterey Pop Festival from back in the day. And I'm going to bring it back right to the beginning, where it all began. Jimi Hendrix and The Wind Cries Mary.
After all the checks, all in the boxes, and the clowns have all gone to bed, you can hear happiness
stagger on down the street. Footprints dressed in red, and the wind whispers very. A broom is drearily sleeping of the broken pieces of yesterday's life. Somewhere a queen is weeping. Somewhere a king has no wife. The wind cries, Mary. All right, brother. Traffic lights, they turn a blue tomorrow. And the shine of emptiness down on my bed. The tiny island sags downstream, 'cause the life I lived is dead. And the wind screams, Mary. Remember the names it has blown in the past. But with its crutch, its old age, and its wisdom, it whispers, no, this will be the last. The wind cries, Mary.
Jimi Hendrix live at Monterey Pop Festival, the International Pop Festival in Monterey, California, back in the day. And a little bit of nostalgic música de trío, Los Tres Haces, aquí en WBAI.
Seas feliz, feliz, feliz. Es todo lo que pido en nuestra despedida. No pudo ser después de haberte amado tanto. Por todas esas cosas tan absurdas de la vida.
Siempre podrás contar conmigo.
No importa dónde estés, al fin que ya no ves, quedamos como amigos. Y en vez de despedirte con reproches y con llanto, yo que te quise tanto, pido que seas feliz, feliz, feliz.
se acercaron tanto así que yo guardo tu sabor, pero tú llevas también sabor a mí. Si negaras mi presencia en tu vivir, bastaría con abrazarte y conversar. Tanta vida yo te di que por fuerza tienes ya sabor a mí. No pretendo ser tu dueño, no soy nada, yo no tengo vanidad. De mi vida doy lo bueno, soy tan pobre que otra cosa puedo dar. Pasarán más de 1000 años, muchos más. Yo no sé si tenga amor la eternidad, pero allá, tal como aquí, en la boca llevarás sabor a mí. Ser tu dueño, no soy nada, yo no tengo vanidad. De mi vida doy lo bueno, soy tan pobre que otra cosa puedo dar. Pasarán más de 1000 años, muchos más. Yo no sé si tengo amor la eternidad, pero allá, tal como aquí, en la boca llevarás sabor a mí, sabor a mí.
Yeah, yes. It used to be that every single gig that a band would do, somebody would request that. It had to be that you would play that as part of the repertoire. Sabor a mí, as performed by Los Tres Aces, the 3 aces, okay? It's not as in asses, it's aces. There's a difference. Aces, like in a deck of cards. Instead of 4 aces, it's the 3 aces, because it's a trio singing. They harmonize in trio harmony. There you go. Oh yeah, and we started it off with Que Seas Feliz, and so for some reason the DVD operator was skipping around searching for something and accidentally pulled it off of the original track that I intended for the audience. So I'll tell you what, we'll go back there because I want you to hear it too. The next track on 15 éxitos, 15 hits of Los Tres Aces, aquí en el momento.
Que seas feliz, feliz, feliz. Es todo lo que pido en nuestra despedida. No pudo ser después de haberte amado tanto. Por todas esas cosas tan absurdas de la vida, siempre podrás contar conmigo. No importa dónde estés, al fin que ya lo ves, quedamos como amigos. Y en vez de despedirte con reproches y con llanto, yo que te quise tanto, pido que seas feliz, feliz, feliz. siempre podrás contar conmigo. No importa dónde estés, al fin que ya lo ves, quedamos como amigos. Y en vez de despedirte con reproches y con llanto, yo que te quise tanto, pido que seas feliz, feliz, feliz. Y en vez de despedirte con reproches y con llanto, yo que te quise tanto, pido que seas feliz, feliz, feliz.
All right. Que seas feliz, that you may be happy. And we want to keep you happy here on WBAI. Keep WBAI on the air because essentially you're investing in your happiness. So during the normal hours, you can call the call-in center, and that number will be repeated oft times throughout the day. But in the meantime, you could also pledge online by going to WBAI.org. In the Moment can be heard Thursday, overnights, Friday mornings from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. And throughout the... By the way, happy March, yeah. And is March 1st the Ides of March? And somebody set me straight on that. Happy International Working Women's Month to all of you. And, well, I don't know if the women are going to be taking over the station at any point. Maybe not. But maybe this year things are going to be a little bit different since we've relocated and we're getting used to our new digs and all that. But I'm hoping that In the Moment will be hosted by some of our sisters here at WBAI. So I'm approaching various women at WBAI to do In the Moment throughout March. Not that I'm trying to cop out or anything like that, but in my own way, I want to honor the presence of the women in our lives.
Primera noche que te vi, yo sabía que eras para mí. Jamás otros besos preferí, porque siempre estás en mí. Mujer divina, como fascina.
That's right, divine woman. Mujer Divina. The Joe Cuba Sextet, who I continue to go back to that funky well for a beautiful flavor of El Barrio salsa style. You can hear us here on WBAI Thursday overnights, Friday mornings from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Also, check us out on Radio Libre every other Sunday from 2 to 4 in the afternoon. And I'm going to try to do the same thing on Radio Libre. I'm going to try to turn it over to the women this month. So the two times that Radio Libre will be on, specifically March 10th and the 24th. I hope to have our women hosting Radio Libre and give it over to, the women that hold up half of the sky. Now, I'm going to leave you with Lila Downs, and from her album One Blood, Una Sangre. And she dedicates the album as follows: a las mujeres que habitan todos los tiempos, las que han parido frutos de sus ideales, una sangre. And the translation: to women who inhabit past and present times, the ones who have given birth to their ideals, one blood. As we say in the Bronx, go ahead and take it easy. Live long and prosper. Assalamu alaikum.
Ya me canso de llorar y no amanece. verte o por ti rezar. Tengo miedo de buscarte y de encontrarte donde me aseguran tus amigos que te vas. Hay momentos en que quisiera mejor rajarme. Arrancarme ya los clavos de mi pena. Pero mis ojos se mueren sin mirar tus ojos. Y mi cariño con la aurora te vuelve a esperar. Ya agarraste por tu cuenta la paloma negra, ¿dónde andarás? Ya no juegues con mi honra, parrandera. Si tus caricias deben ser mías, de nadie más. Y aunque te ame con locura, ya no vuelvas. Paloma negra, eres la reja de un penar. Quiero ser libre, vivir mi vida con quien yo quiera. Dios, dame fuerzas, que estoy muriendo por irlo a buscar. Ya agarraste por tu cuenta la
Hey, this is Smokey Robinson, and you're listening to WBAI 99.5 FM, New York.
Let the music take your mind. Just release and you will find you're gonna fly away. Glad you're going my way. I love it when we're cruising together.
This is Free Speech Radio News for Thursday, February 28th, 2013. In Los Angeles, I'm Dorian Marina. Coming up, U.S. lawmakers vote to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act, but advocates say government budget cuts may threaten services the act is designed to guarantee. Bradley Manning testifies in a military court explaining his reasons for leaking documents to WikiLeaks. And Wisconsin Senate passes a controversial bill to pave the way for a massive iron ore mine, but tribal communities vow to fight it.
Because it represents genocide, an abrogation of treaty rights, a poisoning of groundwater aquifers.
Those stories and more coming up after this news.
I'm Jess Burns with headlines for FSRN. 2 Northwest activists who refused to testify before a grand jury will walk free today after a federal judge ordered their release. The grand jury was thought to be investigating a 2012 May Day protest action in Seattle. FSRN's Devin Terrio-Orr reports from Washington.
Catherine Olegnik and Matt Duran have not been accused of a crime, yet they were imprisoned in a federal detention center for 5 months for failing to respond to questions from a federal grand jury. The two have spent several months in solitary confinement, 23 hours a day in their cell with only one 15-minute phone call a month. In a decision late Wednesday, Federal District Judge Richard A. Jones ordered their immediate release. He cited their deteriorating health and testimony from Olegnik and Duran, stating that although they both wish to end their confinement, they will never do so by testifying. The judge noted that it could hold them for an additional 13 months, but the court reasoned the two must be released because their imprisonment for contempt must be intended to coerce testimony. The judge wrote that for these two, quote, their resolve appears to increase as their confinement continues. The two could still face criminal contempt charges for their refusal to testify, meaning they could eventually be detained again. A third so-called grand jury resistor, Maddie Pfeiffer, is still being detained by federal authorities. Devin Terrio-Orr, FSRN, Seattle.
Following up on a story from yesterday, Occupy activist Michael Primo was found not guilty by a jury in New York City this morning. Primo posted the verdict on Twitter today. He had been accused of resisting arrest and assaulting a police officer at a protest in late 2011, but he maintained his innocence. Primo turned down a plea deal, wanting to challenge the NYPD before a jury. Oil giant Royal Dutch Shell says it will delay plans to drill in the Arctic. This comes after 2 of the company's drilling rigs were incapacitated, one by extreme weather and the other by mechanical problems that could lead to fines or legal sanctions. Shell says the decision to pause in 2013 will give the company time to ensure readiness of people and equipment going forward. Environmental groups have long cited the dangers of Arctic drilling operations and have pressed the government to put a stop to oil exploration in the region. Today, President Obama swore in Jacob Lew as Secretary of the Treasury. Yesterday, the Senate confirmed his nomination with only moderate opposition from Republicans. Lew starts his job as Treasury head as government spending cuts, known as the sequester, are scheduled to take effect tomorrow. The independent financial reform group, Occupy the SEC, has filed a lawsuit against members of the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Federal Reserve, the U.S. Treasury, and other federal agencies. The activist group says the government has failed to coordinate to enact the Volcker Rule, which was supposed to take effect last summer. FSRN's Caroline Lewis reports.
The Volcker Rule is part of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, which was passed in 2010. It is meant to prohibit banks with deposit accounts from making speculative investments for profit. The rule was passed in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis and prompted some firms to cut back on proprietary trading. But the activity still persists at some financial institutions as the terms of the rule are debated in Congress. One of the defendants in the case, Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke, testified in Congress on Tuesday that regulators are making progress on the Volcker Rule. But Occupy the SEC attorney Akshat Tiwari says it no longer appears to be a priority. He hopes the lawsuit will pressure regulators to fulfill their duties.
It's largely a symbolic act because, they're not asking for any money. It's basically to hold the regulators' feet to the fire, to let them know that the public is watching what they're doing. It's keeping track of their progress on these important pieces of legislation.
The Occupy the SEC plaintiffs have accounts at JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo and say their money is at risk as long as the Volcker Rule is not finalized. The Federal Reserve and the SEC did not immediately return a request for comment. Caroline Lewis, FSRN.
Journalists and press freedom organizations are calling for government action to protect the media after a series of attacks this week outside El Siglo de Torreon, a regional newspaper in northern Mexico. Gunmen and vehicles fired at federal police guarding the office on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday this week. Yesterday's attack killed a bystander who worked in the area and left a civilian and a federal police officer with bullet wounds. Earlier this month, 5 employees from the same newspaper were kidnapped, beaten, and released hours later. Opposition supporters in Guinea continue to fight with security forces in the streets of the capital today. The young protesters erected roadblocks, threw rocks, and burned tires to prevent vehicles and people from passing. They're protesting parliamentary elections scheduled for May. FSRN's Kareem Kamara called in this report from Conakry.
Police used tear gas and batons to disperse the young protesters who gathered in the street on Wednesday. Nearly 150 people were wounded in clashes. A police officer died from his injuries last night. Government spokesperson Albert Damantan Kamara called for calm today. He told journalists that investigations have been launched into the violence and pledged that the culprit will be brought to justice. Opposition parties say the government is taking steps to suppress the vote of their supporters and are boycotting in the lead-up to the May elections. After demonstrations on Wednesday, they declared a city-wide strike, but the call to action failed to gain the support of most working Guineans. Karim Kamara, FSRN, Conakry.
And that's headlines for FSRN from Eugene, Oregon. I'm Jess Burns.
I'm Dorian Marina in Los Angeles. Today, for the first time in his court-martial proceedings, Army Private Bradley Manning explained his reasons for passing military and diplomatic documents to WikiLeaks. Manning spoke at a military court in Maryland where he pleaded guilty to some offenses, including charges of unauthorized disclosure of specific records. The material he admits to leaking includes the video known as collateral murder that shows U.S. military helicopters shooting unarmed civilians in Iraq in 2007, killing a dozen people, including 2 Reuters staff, and wounding 2 children. The U.S. military originally said they were insurgents. Other leaked materials include State Department cables and documents on the Afghan war and Guantanamo. Manning pleaded not guilty to more serious charges, including aiding the enemy. He's been in military detention for more than 1,000 days. Journalist Kevin Gostola has been covering the case for Fire Dog Lake, and he joins us from Fort Meade, where he's been attending today's proceedings. Kevin Gostola, welcome to FSRN.
Thank you.
So what exactly did Bradley Manning plead guilty to today?
He was pleading to elements of the original charges, and it's easier to say what he didn't plead guilty to committing. He didn't plead guilty to aiding the enemy, to violating the Espionage Act, to violating the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, or to committing violations of a federal larceny statute. So just he didn't say that he was stealing or had committed a theft when he took the information and it became information he had in his possession. So what that leaves is to the possession of the information. I'm pleading to giving it to an unauthorized person, someone who wasn't authorized to receive the information, and then engaging in conduct that would be service discrediting the military.
And this is a rare occasion when Bradley Manning was able to speak on his own behalf. Did he talk about why he leaked this material?
As he described, in general, it appears that he took his analyst duty very seriously. He talked about how he would follow the Associated Press, Reuters, even Stratfor, a private intelligence firm, and WikiLeaks, and he would look at publications. He believed that he needed to go into information, be curious, read it thoroughly, and when he found something that was questionable, he decided that it was a duty to pursue the truth, to get those questions answered and to raise concerns. And when he found things, for the fact that the Reuters agency couldn't obtain a copy of the Apache helicopter attack video, commonly known to the public as collateral murder, when he found that they couldn't get that through the Freedom of Information Act request, what he then decided to do was pass it on to WikiLeaks. And he even made a copy that he wanted to personally give to Reuters in London, just so that they could have it and try to the Defense Department that the video, in fact, exists.
And in addition to that video, a lot of this other material, unvarnished field reports from Iraq, information on Afghanistan, painted a very different picture from the official line of the U.S. role in these conflicts.
Right, and he believed that these needed to be out in the public for Americans to have a debate about counterinsurgency tactics, and he actually specifically in his statement that he was concerned of the impact that the counterinsurgency strategies were having on innocent people that he described as living in the pressure cooker environment of asymmetric warfare. And he believed that we were alienating more people than we were helping them. And so he made this statement, and I think something that your listeners would find quite profound, and I found it profound as somebody who's been following this very closely, is that Bradley Manning himself did not intend to release the war logs to WikiLeaks at first. In fact, he was going to go through establishment press organizations. He was going to provide the information to, he called it the Washington Post. A woman did not seem interested in getting the information. He didn't think he took him seriously, so she hung up, and that was that. He contacted the New York Times. He left a message. He left his email address and a Skype address describing the information. It was important. He didn't hear anything back from the New York Times.
And Kevin Gosztola, what's next in the court proceedings?
He can't be found not guilty during trial. No matter what happens going forward, he will be convicted, and he will be guilty, and he will go to jail for a certain amount of time. Now the question becomes, how long will he be in prison? If he's found guilty of these lesser offenses he's pleading to, the maximum of 20 years, and so he would be in jail for that period, potentially. But if the government proves their case, the other charges, the charges he was in pleading guilty, he could still be in prison for life without parole.
That was journalist Kevin Gosztola, co-author of the book Truth and Consequences, the U.S. versus Bradley Manning, speaking to us from the military court at Fort Meade. Kevin, thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Dorian.
The House of Representatives reauthorized the Violence Against Women Act today and rejected a Republican amendment that would have stripped out protections for LGBT people, undocumented women, and Native American tribal members. President Obama has promised to sign it as soon as it reaches his desk, but some lawmakers and women's rights advocates say the upcoming budget sequester could cut back on many of the same services for abused women that the bill renews. On Capitol Hill, FSRN's Alice Olstein has more.
The Democratic side of the House floor erupted in cheers this morning as the screen on the wall showed that the Violence Against Women Act had enough votes to pass, while a Republican-backed substitute failed to muster support. Immediately after the vote, Arizona Democrat Ann Kirkpatrick, who was born and raised on an Apache reservation, told FSRN what the bill's reauthorization means for her home state.
This bill passing is a major, major victory for women everywhere, but especially Native American women, because they are 2.5 times more likely to be assaulted in their lifetimes than other women. And as you know, I represent 12 tribes. I'm wearing today a necklace that was made by an Apache woman where I grew up. And it's a real symbol of the fact that we need to treat and protect all women the same. So this is a big victory.
The version passed by the House and Senate after more than a year of political gridlock expands the legal protections in the original law to Native Americans and LGBT people, and expands the number of visas available for undocumented women who report abuse. The failed Republican substitute bill would have restricted this provision, only providing visas to undocumented violence survivors if federal or local law officials certify that doing so would help prosecute criminal activity. That bill also stripped out language outlining protections for LGBT domestic violence survivors, who often face discrimination from emergency service providers.
We need to treat all victims the same. Violence is violence.
That's Scott Berkowitz with the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, or RAIN. He said his organization has received several reports, mainly from rural areas, of police refusing to investigate domestic violence between same-sex couples, and of LGBT violence survivors being turned away from shelters and denied restraining orders against. Also highlighted a provision in the bipartisan bill that creates a transparent national database of the backlog of rape kits around the country that haven't been tested, a problem he said denies justice to survivors and endangers public safety.
It's an incredibly hard thing for a victim to go through. It typically takes several hours where they're sitting in an emergency room and the nurse is trying to recover any piece of forensic evidence from their body, from their clothing, and so forth. So in about 400,000 cases, victims have sat through this process, and then the evidence kit just got put on a shelf. It never got sent to the DNA lab to see if it matches any known criminals.
House Republican leaders refused to hold a vote on the bill for more than a year, which caused it to expire last term. When their version without these provisions came up for a vote Thursday, Wisconsin Democrat Gwen Moore blasted the exclusion, referencing Sojourner Truth's famous "Ain't I a Woman" speech.
As I think about the LGBT victims that are not here, the Native women who are not here, the immigrants who are not included in this bill, I would say, as Sojourner Truth would say, ain't they women? They deserve protections. When we talk about the constitutional rights, don't women on tribal lands deserve their constitutional right of equal protection and not to be raped and battered and beaten and dragged back onto native lands because they know they can be raped with impunity? Ain't they women?
Moore, who has spoken openly about her personal experiences as a survivor of rape, explained that her version of the bill, which passed Thursday and is now headed to the president's desk, allows tribal courts to prosecute non-Native perpetrators who abuse Native women. Yet the many programs funded by the law could be drastically cut back if the automatic cuts in the budget sequester go into effect Friday as scheduled. The Justice Department estimated earlier this month that Violence Against Women Act programs, including training for law enforcement and prosecutors, shelters for survivors, and analysis of DNA evidence in rape kits, could lose $20 million. They estimate this will cut services for nearly 36,000 women. Alice Olstein, FSRN, Washington.
You're listening to FSRN to stay on top of all of our stories, including the latest on immigration reform, climate change action, reproductive rights, and dispatches from around the world. Follow us on Twitter and like us on Facebook. Have a news tip or comment? You can reach us, comments@fsrn.org, for our documentaries and special coverage, and to support FSRN's grassroots journalism from around the world. Visit our website, fsrn.org. Wisconsin is one step closer to developing one of the world's largest iron ore mines. The state Senate passed a bill last night which weakens key environmental protections and clears the way for an open pit mine near the shores of Lake Superior. As Molly Stentz from WORT-FM in Madison reports, Native American tribes that live near the proposed mine are vowing to stop it.
The marble walls of the Wisconsin State Capitol boomed with the sounds of tribal drumming and chanting on Wednesday. Members of Wisconsin's Native American tribes came to witness the state Senate vote on the bill that could open up a new iron ore pit mine, one they say could destroy their way of life. The bill changes a host of environmental and zoning laws to allow a mining company more latitude in dumping waste. It also limits the amount of money a mining company could be charged for a permit, shifting potential costs to taxpayers. Freshman Senator Tom Tiffany is the chair of the Senate Mining Committee. He says that jobs in northern Wisconsin are sorely needed and that mining could be done responsibly.
I've seen this argument that it's jobs versus the environment. That's not where we're at in this country at this point. We can do these things. The know-how and technology that we have is completely different than 50 years ago.
After nearly 8 hours of debate, the state Senate approved the bill by one vote. All Democrats were against it, along with one lone Republican senator, Dale Schultz.
The people in northern Wisconsin, has been pointed out, have said repeatedly that they don't want to trade their pristine environment for the possibilities of a boom and bust cycle of jobs in the mining industry.
While the mining bill is on the fast track to becoming law, what might stop the mine itself are the native tribes that live downstream. The Bad River Band of Ojibwa oppose mining in the Pinocchio Hills because they say mine waste could pollute their trout streams, wild rice crops, and drinking water. Mike Wiggins Jr. is the tribal chairman, and he says that there will be no mine.
Because it represents genocide, an abrogation of treaty rights, a poisoning of groundwater aquifers, and, no nation, including Wisconsin as a state, would want to have sulfuric acid coming down the pipe and heavy metals in groundwater aquifers that they depend on, and quench the thirst of their children with.
Members of the Bad River, Red Cliff, and Lekudere Ojibwa nations point out that they've lived near Lake Superior long before the Wisconsin state government existed. Ojibwa member Paul Domain says that they'll be there long after the current legislature comes and goes.
And people cannot guarantee us. These legislators that say, wow, we're going to look out for your concerns, will be dead and gone when some of the possible impacts of this mine are going to come up. How do we hold them accountable then?
The Bad River tribe says they'll sue the state if they have to protect their nation. And Tribal Chair Wiggins says their actions likely won't stop there.
Ultimately, our activism is going to encapsulate whatever it takes to protect ourselves. So.
The mining bill now heads to the Republican-controlled Assembly, where it is expected to pass. Governor Scott Walker has promised to sign the bill. Molly Stentz, FSRN, Madison.
In Yemen, this week marks the one-year anniversary of the transition of power from longtime leader Ali Abdullah Saleh to current President Mansour Hadi, and large crowds gathered in Sana'a Wednesday to mark the occasion. Political groups are scheduled to convene in just over 2 weeks to work on a new constitution, but some of those who went to the streets in protest that led to Saleh's removal say the government has failed to ensure security and to prevent destabilizing outside interventions such as U.S. airstrikes and drone attacks. They also criticize Saleh, who was granted immunity from prosecution as part of a deal to relinquish power in 2012. Many of his allies remain in powerful government positions. For more, we go to Sana'a to speak with Sarah Jamal Ahmed. She's a civic activist and co-founder of the Support Yemen Break the Silence campaign. Welcome to FSRN.
Thank you. I'm glad to be with you.
Representatives are set to meet to shape the new constitution. What are your primary concerns or priorities in this process?
I think the number one priority for people like me would be having assurance in the Constitution of the shape of the coming country, that it won't be a new theocracy or a new military dictatorship, that it's going to be a civil state that grants people social justice and equal opportunities and freedom of speech and expression. Also concerned about citizenship in the Constitution. The Yemeni Constitution witnessed some significant setbacks since the Southern Constitution that was slightly changed in 1978, and then the Unity Constitution in 1990, and finally the latest Constitution that was changed in 1994 as a result of the Civil War back then, that messed up a lot with the citizenship articles and amendments in the Constitution. Women went down from being full citizens in the Constitution, from being treated in the public space as citizens, to attachments of men.
Well, let's take the issue of the role of women in the Yemen society. You are also a gender researcher with the Yemen Polling Center. How would you specifically like to see that guarantee of equality in a new government set up in Yemen?
Well, I always have the same answer for this question. Political powers in Yemen used women during the protests. They used them as members in front of the cameras. The moment the protests were over, all political parties, including right, left, and all sorts of powers, said thank you to women. Now it's time for you to go back home. Not a single party has a woman as a leader of the party or as a general secretary. Not a single party has women on top of their agendas.
And what about the youth, the young women in particular, who were very active during the protests and went out into the streets? Where are they, and how are they involved?
Well, they still exist, because I strongly disagree with the argument that says that Yemeni women, or young and old, and even youth, suddenly appeared in 2011. We're not a segregated society, not the way that certain wings of media like to portray us. Women have always been on the street, if not protesting, then at least working day by day next to men on the field, and as workers and farmers and so on. Where are they now? Women and youth are back to the stage of astonishment. The regime managed to normalize between the street and protest. Protests are not strange anymore. You can see a protest passing by and people acting normally as if it doesn't exist anymore, because this tool has been overused and it doesn't work anymore. I think people now are more concerned about their security.
So security is a major issue, and you mentioned how direct protests or protests in the streets are becoming less effective in your view. What will you be looking for in the coming weeks ahead of this meeting on the Constitution in order to highlight some of these reforms that you've outlined?
Again, at this point, yes, I am an activist, but at the end of the day, I am a Yemeni woman, a citizen, who is afraid to go home sometimes and see people shooting each other on the street. If the international community cares about the national dialogue being successful, then they should make sure that civil security is achieved. U.S. counterterrorism of airstrikes and signature drones is not helpful for the national dialogue. It's not helpful for their AQAP fights. Supporting certain powers, international interference, like Saudi Arabia supporting the Muslim Brotherhood, or Iran supporting Houthis, is also not helpful. All those powers must understand that making Yemenis fight their own wars on their land is not useful for the national dialogue. If we don't have real security, then more of a picture-taking event and not a real resolution that uproots violence and uproots 33 years of accumulative problems that Saleh created with his partners, who are still in office today.
Sarah Jamal Ahmed is an activist and sociologist. She's also the co-founder of the Support Yemen Break the Silence campaign. She joined us from Sana'a. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you.
And that's the program for today. The newscast was produced by Shannon Young and Catherine Kopp. Thanks for listening. In Los Angeles, I'm Dorian Marina.
I'm radio's Uncle Sidney. You know, normally at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm having nightmares about vampire nuns. But if I were listening to the radio, I'd certainly be tuned to WBAI after midnight. In these wee hours, you can hear the coolest stuff in the world on Radio Unnameable with Bob Fass and Unpaid Bill. You like science fiction? Well, there's Jim Freund hosting Hour of the Wolf with live readings and interviews. Filmmaker Mike Sargent does Night Shift. Artist-composer Ibrahim Gonzalez presents In the Moment. But wait, there's more. All mixed up with Peter Beauchamp, The Walking Dead on Morning Dew. Original satire from them wise guys on Creative Unity. Want to burn the White House down? Then listen to Lister with Burn Baby Burn. Award-winning Midnight Ravers. Does Ja mean anything to you? We've got Labyrinth with Abdel Selassie committing thought crimes. Well, good for you. Our Paul Martin and Nurse Pickle speak your language double plus good on Back of the Book. Can't stay up? Well, listen on our archives at WBAI.org and subscribe online while you're there. You'll be glad you did.
This is Al Jazeera English, broadcast exclusively on Pacifica Radio.
Rioting in Bangladesh, the death toll rises. Police are bracing for more violent protests in the coming hours. Hello, welcome to the program. I'm Jane Dutton, bringing you the world's top stories from Doha. We will have more on Bangladesh in a moment plus. South African police are giving an update right now on a police brutality incident that's shocked the country. Plus, the soldier charged with the biggest ever leak of US classified documents pleads guilty. And fighting on the Malaysian island invaded by an armed group from the Philippines. Police in Bangladesh's capital Dhaka are taking up positions across the city. They're expecting more scenes like this. Violent protests took place across the country on Thursday. Police say 34 people were killed and hundreds wounded. The protesters are against the trials of members of the Jamaat Islami, the country's largest opposition party. They're accused of war crimes during the country's struggle for independence more than 40 years ago. The situation exploded on Thursday after the court's decision to sentence Dalwa Hussein Sayedi to death by hanging. Sayedi is the deputy leader of Jamaat Islami Party. Sayedi was convicted of murder, rape and torture during the 1971 War for Independence. He denies all the charges. Jane Ferguson has spent quite a lot of time in the country covering this story. The police are bracing for more violence today. Do you get any sense of what's likely to happen?
Well, I think the scenes that you've just showed there really are likely to continue in the coming days. Of course, it's a Friday, and the Jamaat party and their supporters and other people from religious parties do tend to protest on Fridays after prayers. We've seen similar scenes like that last week outside the main mosque in Dhaka, so that's something they're going to be prepared for. But also, this really goes across the countryside. Any supporters of this group, of this party and other parties like it, are protesting throughout the countryside in various areas where they do have some grassroots support. So basically the police simply have to try to maintain some sense of order in those areas.
The Muslim parties are predicting more protests, more strike action. What do you think the fallout of that is likely to be, particularly if they come to head with the opposition?
That's a big fear in the capital. As you said, they've planned more action. On Sunday, they'll start a 48-hour hartal. That's the local term for a strike, and that tends to come along with protests. There tends to be a lot of violence in those events. Now, of course, we still have protesters in Wbai Square. These are the opposing view of protesters who are saying we must continue to hang war criminals. And so really the main worry for any kind of authority or police in the capital is if those two groups ever came together. They haven't yet, but you can see when you're down there in the street, you can see that the riot police are very, very much so sat at strategic areas to make sure that any group wouldn't come together with another group that are opposing, because that really would be quite dangerous. And I've spoken to a lot of people in Wbai Square who say they feel as though, that could be a very dangerous situation. There's sometimes tends to be an element of paranoia from one group to another. Are they coming here? Where will they be going, etc. So far they've skirted around one another in the capital, but in the future that's hopefully going to continue.
How's the government coming out of this? I mean, is the government one of the victims here?
Well, the government, the way that Jamaat and the Muslim parties would say is that actually the government are manipulating the International Crimes Tribunal. There has been evidence of the tribunal being problematic, to say the least. Human rights groups around the world have said, there has been interference. But the government themselves have said, well, this is nothing more than a smear campaign. We're basically chasing justice.
Okay, let's leave it there, Jane, but we have our special correspondent on the streets of Dhaka. We're not naming him for his own safety. Can you give us a sense of what's happening there?
Yes, Friday prayers have gone off quite peacefully here at the Baitul Mukarram Mosque, the central mosque here in the southern area of the capital, where most of the disturbances have happened in the past. Much more, or many more reduced numbers of worshippers on this particular Friday, perhaps worried that they didn't want to be involved in any clashes with the police. As we've seen earlier in the past 10 days, several have been killed after Friday prayers, and also after the announcement of the death sentence on Dilbar Hussein's baby on Thursday has left at least 40 people dead around the country and over 200 injured. It has to be said that the security services were out on the streets of the capital in force, both the special armoured division called the RAB, as well as riot police, the semi-automatic machinery, as well as batons at the ready if there have been any disturbances. Very few people left outside the mosque. The police are clearing them away, and certainly on this particular Friday, it's been quite peaceful.
What are those saying who are not involved in these demonstrations? Are they frightened about what's happening in the country? I should imagine it's having a devastating impact on business.
It is on Friday. Most shops and businesses are closed up to the end of Friday prayers, and slowly on Friday evening those shops will open again. Certainly in the short time period that I've been here, the general conversation is that people don't want to talk about what their beliefs are regarding this whole scenario. They're very afraid of talking about the politics of 1971, very unsure about who they might be talking to, whether they are, as you might say, pro-Awami League or pro-Jamaat Islami, and that they may be reported or watched or followed. One particular journalist spoke to me yesterday and said he's never ever experienced the polarization of the country as much as now. The way people believe that the court cases are proceeding and what the government's aims are.
We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you for that update. Relatively calm now on the streets of Dhaka. In South Africa, the policemen involved in dragging a man along the road while he was tied to the back of their police van have been suspended. The 27-year-old man from Mozambique was later found dead in a police cell. Here's the latest from the police in Pretoria.
The SAPS management regrets the incident that led to the death of Mido Mashir. And we would like to assure the country, the world, that what was in the video is not how SAPS in a democratic South Africa goes about its work. I've instructed the acting Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng Province, Major General Geller, to immediately suspend all policemen that were involved in the incident. I've also instructed that the officers involved be disarmed. Further, I've instructed that an internal investigation in terms of the SAPS disciplinary procedures be initiated immediately. We are also removing the current station commander of Davidson Police Station from his position so that investigations can proceed uninhibited.
Lucy Hoban is a research manager for the South African Institute of Race Relations. She joins us live from Johannesburg. I don't know if you were able to hear what was coming out of that press conference, but basically one of the comments was that this is not how a democratic country behaves, but this is what's happening in South Africa. Why is this extreme police brutality happening?
Well, I think there's a number of reasons. There's obviously our history we're dealing with. The apartheid police were very well known for using brutality and violence in the course of their work. And I think that has permeated into the police force in the democratic era. But I think also there's current pressures on the police. There's known to be quite a lot of corruption in the force, incompetency, inability to actually provide the services police should do, collecting evidence, presenting evidence in court. We've seen that just now with the Oscar Pistorius case. And therefore, there's a huge amount of pressure for police to be sort of tough on crime in South Africa. And I think what that's turned into is calls for greater use of force. And I think that's now spilt over into this extreme brutality we're seeing here.
I mean, this was a man who was arrested for apparently parking his car badly. I mean, that's a teeny crime.
Absolutely. I hear from the police side of the story is that he resisted arrest. There was something about him trying to get hold of a firearm of one of the police. It doesn't really matter. Even if he was a rapist or a murderer, one would question, why would they need to use this brutality? They get him in the van, they take him to the cells and present a case to court. That's what the police should be doing.
You said this...
Also, the fact that they did this in front of such a large crowd.
Sorry, Lucy, you said that this police brutality was evident during the apartheid days, but he was from Zimbabwe. Is there a new element here now of xenophobia?
It's very hard to know. I think lots of people here are saying this could have also happened to a South African taxi driver or a South African in a similar situation. We know that there are over 900 deaths at the hands of the police every year, either in custody or in the course of arrest. So this is happening across the board. It's not just an isolated incident. And I'd be careful to suggest that xenophobia is the main cause here.
Where is this leaving the relationship between the police and South Africans? So many South Africans say that they fear the police.
Yeah, I think it's very strange at the moment. There's huge pressure on the police to deal with violent crime in South Africa. But the problem now is that people are equally worried about the police being perpetrators of violence. Also things like corruption, inability to actually catch criminals. All of these things are sort of breaking the trust between citizens and the police service. And I think it's a huge image problem for them as well. Although this is a number of, a handful of officers in a particular area, it's not the first incident of this nature. We saw what happened in Marikana, and I think overall police have a huge people have a huge distrust in the police service here.
Lucy Hoban, good to talk to you. Thank you very much. A roadside bomb has killed at least 10 people in Afghanistan's Kunar province. 7 of those dead were policemen. This is according to the Border Police District Force in Langham District. Catholic cardinals are starting the process of choosing a new pope. The conclave, the closed-door summit, which selects the next pope, isn't due to begin until next week, but the 115 cardinal electors will hold their first informal session on Friday. The resignation of Benedict XVI leaves the billion-strong Catholic community without a leader. Paul Brennan reports.
It was a simple farewell, a short helicopter ride. It took Pope Benedict from being head of a church of 1.2 billion people to a life of retirement and near solitude. The end of 17 tumultuous days since his resignation announcement that took the world by surprise. Earlier, with his final ceremonial duties completed, Pope Benedict's last day as pontiff involved just one official engagement, a meeting with the cardinals who will elect his successor. He spoke with each individually and wished them well for the challenge ahead. Several of the cardinals were clearly moved.
It was very emotional. He made me think of many conversations I've had with him. I will always remember the way he showed us his serenity.
Serenity has been hard to come by recently amid a series of paedophile scandals, claims of Vatican infighting, corruption and blackmail. But those gathered at St. Peter's were unconcerned. With the sun setting behind St. Peter's Basilica and the bells ringing across Vatican City, Pope Benedict XVI is on his way out of office. There was the briefest of flypasts of the square here, just enough time for the faithful to wave their goodbyes.
It's so special to me to be here. I'm really sad that the Pope had to go, but I think God has a plan for every person, and he did this for a reason.
He demonstrated to be a very, very special Pope. Maybe we didn't appreciate at the beginning because there was such a difference with the other Pope.
Castel Gandolfo will shield Benedict from the outside world. The small town with its lake and its hilltop palace has long been a favourite of the Pope. And judging by the cheers as he greeted well-wishers, the affection goes both ways.
I am no longer the Supreme Pontiff of the Catholic Church. I am simply a pilgrim who begins the last journey of his pilgrimage on this earth.
In recent days, the Pope has had the air of a man who's had a great weight lifted from him, and with a simple blessing from a balcony. he was gone. At the stroke of 8 o'clock Rome time, the office of Roman Catholic Pope became vacant. The ceremonial Swiss guard was removed and the doors were shut. An understated end to a momentous day. Paul Brennan, Al Jazeera, Rome.
So, who are the leading candidates to be the next Pope? Cardinal Angelo Scola is seen as the strongest contender from Italy. The 71-year-old is a conservative and was close to both Pope John Paul II and Benedict XVI. The Canadian Cardinal Marc Goulet shares many of the ideas of the most recent Pope and has close links to Catholics in Latin America. And the first ever Ghanaian cardinal could succeed Benedict XVI. Peter Turkson is General Secretary for the Synod of Africa and is seen as a moderate. Here's what the Cardinal of Boston, the United States, had to say about choosing the next Pope.
You're faced with a number of choices, but I don't think any of us have gone in saying this is who I would vote for. We're still in a process of discernment and prayer and trying to learn more, but certainly there are some wonderful candidates there, and we all recognize their talent and their goodness and their competence. So.
Still ahead, a bombing in southern Thailand a day after the government agrees to talk to rebels in the area. There's a court in Haiti to decide whether a former leader should be charged with human rights abuses.
This is Al Jazeera English, broadcast exclusively on the Pacifica Radio Network.
Top stories on Al Jazeera. More protests are expected in Bangladesh after an opposition leader was sentenced to death. At least 34 people were killed in clashes with police on Thursday. Cardinals are starting the process of choosing the new head of the Roman Catholic Church. Benedict XVI officially stepped down on Thursday, becoming the first pope to resign in nearly 600 years. Policemen in South Africa involved in dragging a man along the road while he was tied to the back of their van have been suspended. The 27-year-old man from Mozambique was later found dead in a police cell. The police are updating the country on the situation. A live conference in Pretoria right now. We're staying in South Africa, and Oscar Pistorius' manager says the athlete will not train until legal proceedings are over. Pistorius is charged with the premeditated murder of his girlfriend. Riva Steenkamp died of gunshot wounds in Pistorius' home on February the 14th. He was released on bail last week. Here's his manager, Piet van Zyl.
First and foremost, just maybe to clear up a couple of issues surrounding Oscar training. At this point in time, that is probably the furthest thing from Oscar's mind is to get back on the track. We have to allow him to grieve for the sad loss of Riva. And he's under no obligation from either myself or the coach to get back on the track to train. That decision will be solely his if and when he's ready. With regards to competitions, yes, the status quo is still the same as I announced a week ago. We have cancelled all his competitions, both locally and globally. There was some confusion whether he will be able, after getting bail, that he will be able to compete in South Africa, but I think athletics is probably the furthest thing from his mind at this point in time.
The Army private accused of the biggest leak of secrets in U.S. history has pleaded guilty to 10 charges, which could send him to prison for 20 years. Bradley Manning admitted that he deliberately passed sensitive government information to WikiLeaks, but he denies 12 other charges, including one of knowingly aiding the enemy. Rosalind Jordan reports.
The U.S. says Bradley Manning committed the biggest leak ever of classified information and charged him with 22 felonies. For the first time, the Army Private First Class publicly admitted that he did turn over tens of thousands of documents and videos to WikiLeaks and its founder, Julian Assange. For the 12 most serious charges, including aiding the enemy, the one-time intelligence analyst said he was not guilty. However, Manning did plead guilty to 10 less serious charges, including giving classified information to an unauthorized person and of improperly storing classified information. In a lengthy statement, Manning said he wasn't trying to betray his country, but he believed the U.S. wasn't telling the truth about the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and that the public had a right to know. Manning said he couldn't get the New York Times or the Washington Post to take him seriously, so that's when he turned to WikiLeaks.
I knew what I was doing. I knew I was breaking the rules and not going by regulations.
One of the videos Manning gave to WikiLeaks, cockpit footage of a U.S. attack helicopter targeting and killing a group of men in Iraq, including a television crew working for Reuters. Manning called the video, quote, war porn, and claimed the military had refused to give the video to Reuters. Manning also admitted saving the video, documents, and diplomatic cables onto CDs, and then sending the files to WikiLeaks, some of them from this bookstore in a suburb of Washington, D.C. Manning has been held since 2010, and his defense says he's been mistreated during his detention. Manning's court-martial is still several months away, and if convicted of the most serious charges, he could face life in prison. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera.
A couple of stories we'll be following later in the day. President Obama will meet congressional leaders to discuss a way to avoid the massive automatic spending cuts that come into effect on Friday. The EU is about to release unemployment numbers for the month of January. More than 25 million people were unemployed, according to figures in December. And space technologies company SpaceX will launch its third commercial rocket carrying supplies for the International Space Station. At least 6 people, including 1 policeman, have been injured in a bomb blast in southern Thailand. The bomb was hidden in a motorcycle at a marketplace. The attack happened a day after an agreement was signed for peace talks between the Thai government and the Muslim rebels in the south. Wayne Hay is in the Thai capital, Bangkok.
Few in Thailand will be surprised that there has been an attack so soon after that framework agreement was signed in neighbouring Malaysia. These attacks in southern Thailand happen almost on a daily basis, and there are never claims of responsibility, so it's not likely this time that we will see those responsible for this latest attack come out and issue a statement saying that it was in response to the agreement signed on Thursday in Kuala Lumpur with the Thai government. There are several other factors to consider as well. The agreement that was signed on Thursday was signed with one faction from one group believed to be behind some of the violence in southern Thailand. There are other groups operating down there that may not necessarily be happy or agree with the agreement that has been signed, and even people within that group that did sign the deal, the BRN, the Barisan Revolusi Nasional, which is a highly factionalized group. Some people within that organization may not agree with the framework agreement either. So the end result is that the violence in southern Thailand will certainly continue over the coming weeks.
A Filipino armed group that took control of a remote part of the Malaysian state of Sabah has been fighting with police. The men who call themselves the Royal Sulu Army have been holding the land for 2 weeks. They say they are descendants of the Sulu Sultan and have ancestral rights to the area. Malaysia's Sabah state shares a sea border with the southern Philippines.
The tension between the Malaysian forces and the Royal Sulu Army escalated early Friday morning. There have been reports that fighting broke out between the two parties, with the Royal Sulu Army claiming that several of its men have been killed. The group came from southern Philippines more than 2 weeks ago. They've occupied a coastal village in eastern Sabah, and they say they have the right to permanently stay in Sabah based on historical grounds. Now, the Philippine government has been widely criticized for what many see here as its failure to protect its citizens in Sabah and the abandonment of its claim. Now, the Philippine government denies those allegations, saying what is important at this point is to find a way to solve the dispute peacefully. Now, the Royal Sulu Army says they have no plans of surrendering, and they say they will fight for their rights till the end.
Venezuela's vice president says President Hugo Chavez is battling for his life. Nicolas Maduro made the comment to a local television station. Chavez hasn't been seen in public since traveling to Cuba in December for his latest surgery. He is said to be undergoing more treatment at a military hospital in the capital, Caracas. Haiti's former president Jean-Claude Duvalier has appeared in court where judges will decide if he will face charges of human rights violations. Khadija Magadi reports.
After ignoring 3 court summonses, the former Haitian strongman Jean-Claude Duvalier finally makes it to the courtroom, under warning from a judge that he'd be jailed if he disregarded a 4th one. The courtroom was packed with media, human rights activists and victims of the man whose name once inspired fear across Haiti. Duvalier's flight into exile in 1986 ended nearly 3 decades of dictatorship began by his father, Francois Papadoc Duvalier. The Duvaliers enforced their rule with the aid of a feared militia known as the Tonton Macoute, who were blamed for thousands of deaths and disappearances. The hearing is to determine if Duvalier should face charges of serious human rights violations committed during his 15-year rule. A lower court had ruled last year he should only face charges of alleged financial crimes, and that a statute of limitations had run out on the more serious charges.
We're hoping that he will be there today and that he will hear what he's pretending to ignore. The crimes, the corruption, the assassinations, the disappearances, the exile, the tortures. He will hear it all.
But outside the court as well, scores of supporters who cheered as he emerged with his longtime companion, Veronique.
This government has shut down the cement factories. They've shut down the flour factories. They're not doing anything positive. All that they're doing now is living off the wealth that Duvalier left behind. The free ride is about to end.
Baby Doc returned to Haiti in January 2011 after 25 years of exile in France. Since his return, he has lived a life of relative ease in Haiti, even having his diplomatic passport renewed by President Michel Martelly's government. For a man who's alleged to have fled with more than $100 million stashed in European bank accounts, he is said to frequent the best spots in the capital and lives in a villa in an expensive part of town. But this trial, if and once it finally goes ahead, will be a step forward for the country racked by decades of political instability. Duvalier, the victims say, got away with everything in his life. But now he'll have to face them across a courtroom. Justice for them may still be possible. Khadija Magadi, Al Jazeera.
Well, as you know, the next pope hasn't yet been selected, but his outfit is near completion. A tailor in Colombia is busy putting the final touches on the wardrobe for the successor of Benedict XVI. Luis Delgado has sewn clothes for the previous pontiff and has already sent a red cape and sash to Vatican City. Well, in Mexico, the world's second largest Catholic country, here's how they honored their former pope. Mexicans flocked to the capital's 2 most significant Catholic churches to hear the church bells ringing in his honor.
Thanks for listening to Al Jazeera English on the radio, broadcast exclusively by the Pacifica Radio Network, Free Speech Radio.
Hi, this is Jake Sufnerowski, former talent buyer at Wetlands Preserve. When I'm not driving my gas-guzzling SUV, texting my friends on my handheld mobile device, or listening to my local Clear Channel affiliate, I'm definitely tuned to WBAI, listener-supported non-commercial radio in New York City, 99.5 FM.
Come down Friday, March 29th to another after-work party special. The show, hosted by Ife, that's me, on WBAI in conjunction with WBAI, brings to you an early spring jam featuring R&B, soul, disco, funk, and hip-hop classics from the 70s to today. I'll be on the set mixing it up as Miss ID as well as DJ Max Jerome. It's free to get in, but a portion of the proceeds from the bar will go to WBAI. That's Friday, March 29th, 6 to 10 p.m. at Le Poisson Rouge, 158 Bleecker Street in Manhattan. Please like us on Facebook at The Hip Hop Takeover for more information.
Hi, this is Jerry Stiller. You are listening to WBAI New York 99.5 FM and WBAI.org on the web. Where are my keys? Anybody see my keys? Who took my keys?
give it up. So come on and show me what you got. Start to be on, baby, non-stop. Tonight you're gonna get your time to shine. Nobody but stars in here tonight, dancing underneath the party light. When I see you working that body right, tonight you're gonna get your time to shine. I've been waiting, now I'm ready for the main event. All the ladies and the players in here just to kill. Choose a winner who has flavor, looking out for style. Only the best can pass this test. Let me check you out. In the midst of a fierce competition, get a view from a better position. A little closer now, you got my attention. Baby, you're my superstar. Keep showing me moves that are blazing, 'cause you're teasing my imagination. Don't believe I can fight temptation. I think you already know. Give it up. So come on and show me what you got. Start to be on, baby, non-stop. Tonight you're gonna get your time to shine. Nobody but stars in here tonight, dancing underneath the party light. When I see you working that body right, tonight you're gonna get your time to shine. Shine, 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 ooh, shine. Spotlight, search for someone special. Could you be the one? If you're not, then don't get jealous. Just keep moving on. Feet to the beat, so hot the heat's bringing out the shine. So clean, so fresh, a real good kick. So I might make you mine. In the midst of a fierce competition, get a view from a better position. A little closer now, you got my attention. Baby, you're my superstar. Keep showing me moves that are blazing, 'cause you're teasing my imagination. Don't believe I can fight temptation. I think you already know. Give it up. So come on and show me what you got. Spot to be on, baby, non-stop. Tonight you're gonna get your time to shine. Nobody but stars in here tonight, dancing underneath the party light. When I see you looking that body right, tonight you're gonna get your time to shine. I came here to give it up. So come on and show me what you got. Spot to be on, baby, non-stop. Tonight you're gonna get your time to shine. Nobody but stars in here tonight, dancing underneath the party light. When I see you looking that body right, tonight you're gonna get your time to shine. Your time to shine. Yes, you will. Shine, 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 shine through the shine. Of a fierce competition, get a view from a better position. A little closer now, you got my attention. Baby, you're my superstar. Keep showing me moves that are blazing, 'cause you're teasing my imagination. Don't believe I can fight temptation. I think you already know. Came here to give it up. So come on and show me what you got. Spot to be on, baby, non-stop. Tonight you're gonna get your time to shine. Nobody but stars in here tonight, dancing underneath the party light. When I see you working that body right, tonight you're gonna get your time to shine. No came here to give it up. So come on and show me what you got. Spot to be on, baby, non-stop.
Felipe Luciano here, WBAI in New York, 99.5 on your FM dial. How are you, beloved? How has your week been? Mine was fantastic. Y'all know I go to graduate school, so I've been learning new things. New things about us as a people, new things about us as a nation, new things about Christians and Muslims and Jews. It is amazing how we take the words of the Prophet Muhammad, blessings be upon his name, we take the words of Christ and we pervert them. I was thinking this the other day. How could someone who loves Islam, someone who loves the Prophet Muhammad, someone who loves Hadith, someone who loves Quran, take the words and use that as an excuse to blow a young woman's face off?